and it is ordinance serial number. I'm not there yet, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
26072, it's under other new business. And Assemblymember Bowles is requesting it get moved right after audience participation and right before public hearings.
Okay. Any objection from the assembly? Okay, not then, go ahead. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, then. Okay, and if you all stand, and Deputy Mayor, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item is on our agenda are minutes from preceding meetings. We have special meeting minutes from the 16th of June, regular meeting minutes from the 16th of June. Are there any corrections in those minutes that are being presented? Okay, seeing none, then the minutes are approved. The next item is agency reports. Have any reports from any of the cities? Don't see anybody from the school district. Don't see anybody. I don't see anybody from the state. Okay. And did we have any in the, no, we didn't. Okay. That's right. I think they're on leave, aren't they? Are there any public relations reports from the assembly? Okay. And Mr. Brown, do you have a report? No? Mr. Attorney? No? Madam Clerk?
The clerk's report is in your red folder.
Okay. Then the next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments from the assembly on the citizens and other correspondence? Okay, seeing and hearing none. So, Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs into the record?
IM 26142, reporting the conclusion of the 2026 Lake Level Analysis Report. IM 26143, reporting conclusion of contract 26073B with Tutka for a total contract amount of $959,226.54 for the Circle View Dikes Repair Project. IM 26146, reporting conclusion of contract number 25177B with QAP for a total contract amount of $1,249,897.03 for the Meadow Lakes Loop Improvements Project. IM 26147, notifying the Assembly that the manager intends to enter into a 5-year lease agreement with the Alaska State Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for the continued operation of the Willow Elementary School site, described as Parcel A, Section 17, Township 19 North, Range 4 West, Seward Meridian, situated on Willow Airport property, consisting of approximately 882,874 square feet for the annual lease payment of $65,332.68. IM 26155, reporting the conclusion for contract for bid number 2355P with Heartland Water Technology for a final contract amount of $5,995,000 for the design and build of a leachate reduction system.
Are there any comments on the IMs from the assembly? Okay, hearing none, then they are presented. The next item we have, I think maybe she's going to go get it. Yeah, we have audience participation. There is a sign-up sheet. We will call on those members first, and then we will open it up for anyone else that's here or online. And the first one, Tom, you're first.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, just press the button.
Are we on?
There you go. Now you're good. Thank you.
My name is Tom Robertson. I live on Marsh Road in beautiful downtown Palmer. And I have passed out a letter to our mayor asking for her signature as a letter of support to Governor Dunleavy in reference to the new fire station building being built at the corner of Marsh Road and Glen Highway. The Glen Highway there is a blind intersection. There's a blind hill and a blind intersection. In the last month, there was a tractor trailer got hit there, blocked the whole road. The problem with that, there's only one way into the fire station. It has no other access. If the fire station was being used, it's not, it's being built now. The fire trucks or the ambulance could not get out. They were trapped. And this is a poorly designed intersection, is a poorly designed fire station. I'm asking for an additional driveway to be put in from Glen Highway just up a little farther on mile 49 across from the Pentecostal church. The fire departments always have a backup. They always have an alternative way of doing things. They don't just do things one way. The state of Alaska, DOT, says someday they're going to widen the road and they'll put a new driveway in when that happens. Fire departments can't do business like that if and when these false promises from DOT should happen. They need another driveway, another emergency access for the fire emergency vehicles to come in off the Glen Highway. They need that driveway there. Well, this is the time to do it while it's under construction. And not rely solely on all the traffic going up Marsh Road. Are you familiar with Marsh Road now? Up here going up by the Arctic Road, then you start at the stoplight and you start going up Bailey Hill. Halfway up Bailey Hill, there's a road on the left called Marsh, M-A-R-S-H. That's when the new fire station and EMS station is being built. Across the street from that is the Pentecostal church. So I'm asking for a new driveway, additional driveway to be built several hundred feet farther north. There's a road called East Glen Avenue. Nobody knows about it, but that's what it's called. Anyways, to make a new driveway into this proposed fire station that's currently being built. If now's the time to do it, don't want to come back a year from now and say, well, golly, we should have done this. It needs to be done now. For 5 years, I worked on a hydrant out here mile 37, and it still didn't get built. And that they blew the time effort. Oh, I guess that blew my time. Thank you anyways.
Chris?
My name is Chris Tyree. I don't know if you guys know, but in 1871, the British Royals made our country a corporation. They made the federal first, and then the rest followed in order to do business with them. Well, Trump has broken that. That's some of the paperwork I gave you. Part of it is the Royals and how they had to come and do the protocol on giving us back our sovereignty. And he has stated on TV that our sovereignty is back. We have our country back. So I think it's time anybody that's representing us needs to start finding out about this. King Charles gave it back, and the corporation is broke. You guys have a code compliance guy that comes to our neighborhood. Have you ever heard of this saying? The poorest man may, in his cottage, bid defiance to all the forces of the crown. It may be frail, the roof may shake, the wind may blow through, the storm may enter, the rain may enter. But the King of England may not enter. All his forces dare not cross the threshold of the ruined tenements. And that's the way it should be in a neighborhood. I don't care. I have neighbors that have a worse house than anybody I know. But you know what? That's their business. That's not your business, or your business of having a code compliance guy there. That's unconstitutional. And that's why I'm giving you this paperwork so you can start thinking about using the Constitution. And also, if you don't stop not using the Constitution, you are under color of law, color of authority, color of office. I'll read that one. Pretense of official right to do an act made by one who has no such right. And there's also case law in there. This is 18 U.S.C. Section 241 and 242. It talks about taking away our constitutional rights and not following what we ask. Jackie should not be here 5 years fighting against porn. That's our constitutional right. And you all are adults and don't care about the children and the schools. They're worse. They say, I love the children. Well, guess what? If they did, they wouldn't have done the transgenderism stuff, and they wouldn't be doing the porn. So it's time we all became adults and started taking back our country, our sovereignty, ourselves, our children. This is stupid to be going through this. Another thing is I gave you something from Charlie Ward. He reiterates pretty much that we did get our sovereignty back. And I'm giving you this form, an NDA form. I don't have the whole thing. I wish I did. But I hope I don't hear that you guys are signing NDAs for these data centers and anything else that we don't want. It's supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people, not a government for the people that run the government. A government is an artificial entity. If you guys walk out, where's the government? So you make it as good or bad as you want.
Jackie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. I don't know if you've ever heard of the concept of malicious compliance. It's actually a passive-aggressive response by a subordinate or a child to fulfill a job in such a way as to make it fail. Now, what you're looking at right now is the malicious compliance from the Community Development Department to your library board. Now, I was not there when the decision was made for the library board to look at the book list and decide which books they needed to flag for potential looking at, okay? But all that should require is a major little focus of the book. It might be obscene. Why is it obscene? It does not require expertise, experience, education, and knowledge that the librarians need to possess. You are looking at the form right now that was provided by the Community Development Department for anybody who flagged a book. By the way, only 20 books out of 6,700 have been flagged in almost a year. It's not a major deal, but they're making the board members go through this superfluous, redundant, unnecessary information that only librarians should have to do. And I can only figure out a couple of reasons why. Number one, the factions that align with this effort or are perhaps orchestrating it, are using social media to demean, mock, shame the board members because they don't answer all of these questions. Look at these questions. Does it fill the gap in the subject coverage? Does it enhance the existing collection? Does it demonstrate an anticipated demand? Why would a board member need to answer that for a flagged book? The other reason? It's to make educators and librarians feel like they're being over their expertise, knowledge, experience, and education is now being questioned. And they're upset about that. Last, it's designed to make the board members who are volunteers not want to stay on the library board because they're being demeaned and mocked for not being able to answer these questions, which are ridiculous. And this is exactly what happened with the LCAC, in case you're wondering. I would highly suggest that somebody in charge write the flagged thing up so it just says, here's the book, second page, here's the reason. That's all their job was supposed to be. Somebody invented all this in order to make their life miserable. And please remember, your last one, this is the book that I have challenged. Why? Because even their own policy, which says they have to have true information, it has to be true information in a nonfiction. This is in a nonfiction. This is a woman in that book. This is a woman in that book. Thank you.
Nicholas Brown?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Nicholas Brown, and I'm in here to speak in opposition of the ordinance serial number 26-71 in reclassifying the borough land as watershed. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I've been going up that river my whole life when I was a kid. There's a lot of lifelong Alaskans going up that river. My grandfather took me, my dad took me. I'm taking my dad now. I got grandkids coming. That's the point of being an Alaskan, is to see the rivers. There's many, many, many reasons of why the fish ain't coming up that river. It's not just the temperature's rising or this. There's trawling, there's this, that. I just ask, you both know on the 26-71, let Alaskans enjoy the river. I mean, it's that's all I got. Thank you.
Linda?
My name is Linda Spohn. First, I want to thank Mayor Edna for making sure the public gets their opportunity to speak. You really are the people's mayor, and you would make a wonderful people's governor. You have my vote in the primary, and I pray God's blessings on you through our Savior, Christ Jesus. Second, I have to correct myself for a misquote at the last meeting. The correct quote by Secretary Mullen of the Department of Homeland Security is, quote, 450,000 children have gone missing in the United States after being smuggled over our borders during the Biden administration. 146,000 have been recovered, some raped 600 to 700 times, end quote. You are probably wondering what that has to do with us here in the Mat-Su Borough. Child trafficking, perversion, and exploitation is here, and we need to do something about it besides throw money at some nonprofit. We can't expect to continue placing harmful, perverted, obscene material like the book Let's Talk About It in our libraries and not get harmful, perverted, obscene results. A couple months ago, I was at the Palmer City Council meeting. A former council member, Carolina Graver, proposed an ordinance to outlaw camping in city parks, sidewalks, and doorways, so Palmer wouldn't end up like Anchorage. The room was packed, the majority by far in favor of the ordinance. Then a lady who said she was with the ACLU said, you couldn't pass that or the city would get sued because they couldn't define camping. A majority of business owners, Palmer business owners, were present and wanted it passed. Jackie Goforth pointed out that Wasilla already had the ordinance and there was no problem. The ordinance was passed. A Wasilla city attorney also pushed that narrative with the obscene material in our library, saying we'd get sued because we couldn't define obscene. Well, Jackie Goforth has defined obscene according to the law and the Miller versus Ginsburg test and proven to you, according to the obscenity laws, that in fact the book Let's Talk About It is obscene on every page. Furthermore, there are no laws against removing books from libraries. Could these lawyers be bluffing and deceiving to push their own Marxist agenda? You are our elected leaders in charge of our institutions. Do you approve of the book Let's Talk About It? May God help you make decisions through Christ Jesus. To God be the glory. Thank you.
Esther?
Good evening. My name is Esther Huddleston. I'm speaking in opposition to ordinance 26-071, the reclassification of over 2,000 acres of borough land as watershed. According to Mat-Su Borough Title 23 Land and Resource Management Division Policy and Procedure Manual on Classification of Borough Land, Part 23-1, Restricted Areas, C, Wetland Mitigation Bank Lands, if used, degrades the natural land and general allowed uses, Part 31, Section 4-1, the borough manager shall retain authority to prohibit or restrict any specific use under these generally allowed use provisions when in conflict with 23-5-10. This means the borough manager holds the authority to restrict the land. Under Ordinance 26-71, you are reclassifying land as land bank and watershed, which falls under restrictions at the borough manager's discretion. And this isn't about fish population. This is about land restriction. And I hope you vote no on this. The Clam Gulch to Custatan, you have set netters setting nets from one end of the inlet all the way to the inlet, row after row after row. There's no fish escapement. It's about that. You need to allow fish escapement. Reclassifying borough lands not going to change the fish population. And I was there just Saturday, and the pinks were in, and they were hot. Dip netting was terrible because the water levels were high. It was too high to dip net. They were literally 3 feet above the average level. But the water has receded after the sun's been out. Now we're supposed to have flooding again. And someone at the last meeting talked about erosion. You have erosion, massive erosion on the Susitna River and Kinnick River, Matanuska River, but Dushka River, you don't have that high flush flowing water alternating the land. And there's a lot of alder trees there, and there's a lot of other things, but reclassifying this land is only going to hurt people from accessing rural areas for hunting, using their snow machines in the winter to access their cabins. And I read somewheres online about the Salmon Partnership. Their goal was to take that area and turn it into Kenai River restrictions. And people love living out in the borough because they like to be able to continue to access these rural areas. I hope this doesn't turn into another Fish Creek conservation and cut people off from accessing their cabins. Thank you.
Jolene?
Hello, my name is Jolene Coleman. Bear with me, I really hate speaking in public. Last meeting, after a long debate about the 1% borough tax and 75,000 owner-occupied property tax exemption, the majority voted for the people to vote. And I thought, whew, finally, we can move on. But no, here we are again. It's back up. Everyone has already used up so many of their precious life minutes on this. I know I have felt this way, giving my family time to spend it all with all of you, so I can be more informed. It has already been told to the public that they were going to get the chance to vote on this. They are now talking about it. It's on Facebook. They're discussing the pros and cons, and now you may take it away from them. That is ridiculous. Just let the people have their chance to use their votes and let them vote on it.
For those that were here earlier or not here earlier, or you maybe missed the announcement, at the beginning of every meeting, we ask for any changes to the agenda. And so there was one change regarding ordinance 26-081. And the motion was to move that to the 18th. And the reason is because it is based upon a new state law that has not been either signed or allowed to become law without the governor's signature. Now, if you came tonight and want to testify, you can testify for or against it under audience participation now. Or the next time we have audience participation. But like I said, if you came and you want to or even if you don't, you've decided now you're here and so you want to testify, you're welcome to testify under audience participation, but that ordinance will not show up as a public hearing to have received testimony tonight. It will be postponed until the 18th of August, which is our next assembly meeting. Okay? So now we have gone through the people that have signed up, so now we'll open it to the floor for anybody that would like. And audience participation is the fact you can address any subject, whether it's on the agenda or not, anything you want to tell the assembly. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is Jim Sykes. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak in favor of Ordinance 26-080, the ordinance adopting the area-wide power to acquire public rights-of-way. I think there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this. At the end of the ordinance, it kind of says, leave the road service areas intact, doing what they're doing. And I would just like to emphasize that that's really important, because I think the borough sometimes has missed the opportunity to work cooperatively in greater depth with the road service areas. Some people have served up to 30 years on some of these road service boards, and there's a lot of understanding that may affect what we may want to get for future right-of-ways. And so I think it's really important to respect and encourage cooperation with the road service areas. And so I do support it. One of the things some road service areas have done is they've created a process to analyze, take a look at the roads in their area, and see what needs to be done, as well as what needs to be done for the future. And I'd just like to acknowledge some of the greats in Butte, which is one of the road service areas that has done this. And I used to go on rides with their annual rides to inspect a portion of their road service areas. Marty Quass, he was on the road service area for 30 years. Mike Shields, another 30-year member of the board. Lucy Klebesaddle, she's still on the board, and she's only been there 20 years. And I'd like to thank all of these people for their work, because this road service area work is kind of an accumulation of knowledge about what you actually do. And it's really worthwhile for the borough to interface with that. And I hope that intent carries over if you choose to pass this resolution. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Yes, yeah, just come on up.
Hello. Oh,
Hi.
you know my name by now. That's pretty impressive. Hi, I'm Sarah Lorimer. And actually, this is, I just want to say, I want to thank everybody for taking the time to listen to the concerns about the local cannabis industry. We've been up here many times, and I know we're going to be speaking about it tonight, but whether we spoke during public testimony or simply attended in support, it meant a great deal to know that our voices were actually heard. I especially want to ask Assemblymember Michael Bowles for proposing the ordinance to reduce the marijuana tax. Your willingness to bring this forward shows thoughtful leadership and a genuine commitment to listening to your constituents, and we appreciate your efforts. At Country Cannabis, we proudly employ 14 local families, or local people. Those are 14 local jobs that support families and contribute to our economy here. Like many local owned businesses, we also sponsor community events, support local organizations, and we reinvest into the Mat-Su borough. Reducing the marijuana tax does more than just help businesses. It makes legal cannabis more affordable and accessible for consumers. When legal products are competitively priced, more customers choose licensed retailers where products are tested, regulated, and sold responsibly. That helps reduce black market sales while keeping more revenue and tax dollars in our local economy. Thank you for recognizing that this issue is more about tax revenue. It's about supporting local jobs, strengthening small business, and protecting the regulated market, ensuring businesses like ours could continue to serve through the Mat-Su borough. On behalf of Country Cannabis and many others in the local cannabis industry, thank you for your service, for listening to your constituents, and your willingness to support local businesses. We truly appreciate your leadership and look forward to continuing to working together. Thank you.
So, yeah, just come up. Just state your name and then go ahead
My
and,
name is Bill Elliott, And I live on the Deshka River, and according to this ordinance 26071, I'm one of the important guys. I've got cold water flowing in, and I don't see where this ordinance is going to do any good. Presently, there's 626 to 692 square miles included in the wetland classification of the Deshka. Its classification is hydraulic HUC 190200505. So my question is, why are we having to do individual when it's already included under the wetlands? Or waterfall, I'm sorry. Watershed, there it is. I don't understand why we're spending time for something that already is intact. You know, like another person said, this is not going to help the fish. Fish and Game comes into my slough. They took 107 northern pike out of that slough. 3 or 4 years ago, they took 379 on the first set. The second set was 189, and the third set was down to 79, I believe. There's a lot of northern pike on the Deshka River. They open them up. They're full of salmon. They're starting to eat the new invasive species that came in 2019. Blackfish, never seen one before, only on the Yukon. Deshka River has no pollutions now. The Deshka River Lodge, they are listed as complete. We've got one of the most pristine watersheds on the Susitna drainage. Like I said, in conclusion, that we got a fish problem, but you guys aren't going to fix it. And we're already under so many regulations, and I don't have my notes. I left them at the Deshka a couple hours ago. But you guys, the borough, as the landholders, and me as a landholder, I have to conform to all the regulations right now. So in conclusion, what are we doing here? Why are we trying to make an ordinance for a pre-existing situation in the Deshka River watershed? Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Do we have anybody? We do? Okay, go ahead, whoever's online, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Manager Brown, and Assembly. My name is Gabe Kidder. While I am speaking to Ordinance 26-071 as a member of the public this evening, I would like to include that I am a member of the Fish and Wildlife Commission and am speaking in support of the FWC's Resolution 25-02. So during warm summer periods, these cooler areas provide places where salmon can rest and recover before continuing upstream to spawn. These areas help fish get through warm water events and contribute to healthy salmon runs in the Deshka River. Classifying these areas provides many benefits to the borough. Healthy salmon runs support sport fishing, guide services, tourism, local businesses, and outdoor recreation. They also support wildlife that depend on salmon and help maintain a resource that is important to residents, visitors, and future generations. Recognizing the importance of these cold water areas is a practical and cost-effective way to help maintain the health and productivity of the Deshka River. It is as important this resolution does not close these lands, limit public access, or restrict hunting, fishing, boating, trapping, camping, or other recreational activities. It does not create new regulation for the public. It simply, and I'm sorry, my notes went away there. It simply classifies these areas, I'm so sorry. This classification does not remove the Assembly's ability to consider future development proposals. Any future use, disposal, or development proposal will still go through the borough's normal review and approval process, with the Assembly retaining its authority over these decisions. In short, this is a balanced and low-cost measure to recognize the value of these borough lands while maintaining public access, retaining future options for the borough, and supporting the long-term economic and recreational benefits that healthy salmon runs provide to our community. The key takeaway is this: the cold water areas are like rest stops for salmon during hot weather. This resolution recognizes their value without closing the land, restricting public use, or taking away future options for the Assembly. Conditions in the Mat-Su for salmon have become increasingly challenging in recent years. This is a small but practical step that acknowledges the importance of these borough-owned lands and the salmon that depend on them, and the people who rely on healthy fisheries today and in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
That's the only person online. Okay. One last chance for anyone that would like to address the Assembly on anything that's on the agenda or any matter that you would like to testify. Okay. We will close. Oh, okay. All righty. Go ahead. Who's online, please?
Hi, my name is Chenery Fife, last name spelled F-I-F-E. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Wonderful. So I work for Trout Unlimited, who's one of the partners in the Mat-Su Basin Salmon Habitat Partnership, and I'm speaking on behalf of the partnership tonight. And thank you for the opportunity to speak in service of your decision related to Ordinance 26-071 about watershed lands. The partnership is a voluntary, non-regulatory coalition of 65 diverse organizations that include local, state, and federal and tribal governments, businesses, fishing interests, and more. Mat-Su Borough is a founding organization and holds a seat on the steering committee. Partners share a vision of thriving salmon, healthy habitats, and vibrant communities coexisting in the Mat-Su. The partnership has funded 128 salmon-related projects in the Mat-Su, totaling $5.1 million. 38 science projects have included among them stream temperature monitoring to increase our knowledge about water temperature trends in Mat-Su streams, including the Deschka River. Healthy cold water habitat is a foundation to healthy fisheries. It is a defining feature of salmon habitat and survival, with each life stage existing within a relatively narrow range of temperatures. The Deschka River hosts one of the most productive fisheries in the Mat-Su Basin. It is also among the warmest, with summer water temperatures regularly exceeding thresholds considered detrimental for juvenile and adult salmon. Cold groundwater seeps and springs provide essential cold water stepping stones that help salmon traverse areas of warm water. As water temperatures are predicted to get warmer in many of Alaska's streams in the years ahead, cold water refuges are important to the survival and persistence of salmon. Identifying and finding ways to retain these cold water stepping stones that allow salmon to migrate and survive even as overall temperatures rise will be key in this time of thermal change. Based on lessons learned elsewhere, we know that maintaining these functioning habitats is far more cost-effective and successful than trying to restore them once they are degraded. The Mat-Su Basin Salmon Habitat Partnership put together a fact sheet intended to complement borough materials and help answer common questions or concerns raised during the public process that you all should have received. The Mat-Su Borough has done an award-winning work in proactively maintaining healthy fish habitat. Finding a mechanism to highlight key salmon habitat on the Deschka River is an extension of this forward thinking. With a general trend of declines in salmon returns, maintaining healthy habitat is more important than ever. Special thanks to Assemblymember Gamble, the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and borough staff for bringing this high-quality science forward for Assembly consideration. Thank you.
Ready? We have another person online, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members.
I am Michelle Stevens, President of the Alaska Snow Machine Alliance and Vice President of Alaska Outdoor Council. I'm speaking on behalf of Ordinance 26-071. I appreciate the work being done to protect salmon habitat along the Dushka River. Healthy fisheries are important to all of us. As I reviewed the ordinance and the best interest findings, I noticed two important points. First, the borough states that the watershed classification will not affect existing public access, river traffic, or existing trails. Second, the document explains that this classification will guide future borough land management decisions by making fish habitat and water quality an important consideration. I also reviewed the borough's land and resource management policies. Those policies recognize that land classifications guide future management decisions and that under certain circumstances, the borough manager has the authority to prohibit or restrict specific uses. While I understand this ordinance does not do that today, it illustrates why the Assembly's intent tonight is so important as these lands are managed in the future. The best interest finding identifies the Mona Lakes Winter Trail as an existing use on several of these parcels. While that trail is specifically mentioned, my comments are about preserving all existing public access, river access, and established trail systems that residents and visitors have responsibly enjoyed for many years. My request is simple. As you consider this ordinance, I respectfully ask that the Assembly reaffirm the future management of these lands will continue to recognize and protect existing public access, river access, existing trails, and traditional recreational opportunities consistent with the findings in your own document. I ask the borough staff to continue working with trail users, local organizations, and the public as future decisions are made so that fish habitat protection and public recreation continue to exist. Happy trails. I'd also like to know, is it possible that I can comment on one more ordinance, 26-
Yeah. Yes.
089.
Yeah, you only have 26 seconds, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm not opposed to getting the campground and everything getting upgrades. The Alaska Long Trail Gateway installation should be removed, and I believe that anything that the Alaska Long Trail is doing, they should go up for the vote for the people, because I think that the people would not approve of the Alaska Long Trail, and the borough has put their own regulations.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
And I believe that the borough has also had some issues with the Alaska Long Trail since you passed a resolution several months ago or a year ago. Anyway, if we could remove the Alaska Long Trail Gateway installation, I would think that this would be a great opportunity for the borough. Thank you.
Thank you. We have somebody else that jumped. Okay, I'll come back to those people. Yeah. Andrew?
Good evening. My name's Andrew Traxler. I just wanted to speak real quickly on this ordinance that Bill sponsored that has to do with the Dushka River. These land classifications, a lot of this has to do with like things like industrial, like a timber harvest and things like that. And this land classification tells a land manager, like even in the future, and as people that look at natural resources like this, then we know this land here is not something you should pay attention to. I think that you should have staff come forward and explain this more. And this classification does not affect the general public. This classification is more for an industrial type reference for the land managers. So it's something that members of the timber industry have asked for a long time. The borough has massive amounts of land, and it doesn't have individual land classifications, so we know where we could look for timber harvest and where we can't, and so that is why, like this kind of situation, I would support a classification. So then we know hey, this isn't somewhere we should be looking because of what the land is. So just to say that staff doesn't put forward something like this to take away the public's right, on public access. I think it's more of an industrial type issue is why this classification would be changed. So I do recommend you check with staff on this to more clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the assembly? Oh, we have somebody else. Okay, go ahead online.
Yes, my name is Samuel Schilling. I'm president of the Alaska Outdoor Access Alliance, along with property owner up into the Mat-Su Borough, up in the Caswell area, speaking on ordinance 26-071 for reclassification of borough lands up into the Deshka. And one of the big things that I'd like to point out on this research that was done into it, I understand the process in trying to help preserve salmon here in Alaska, and part of the research that was done was to study some of the effects of the watershed of the borough lands in the area to help preserve that salmon resource. However, there's a huge gap in the research that was conducted into this, and part of it was actually the upstream effects of where the actual problem may be coming from. We took a small minority area and concluded into a research and clarified that this may have a possible effect to it, other than actually digging further into it to see if something upstream was causing the bigger problem for it. And with that gap in the research, I find it very concerning that we're reclassifying lands to help protect it, because the only thing it would actually protect or change is actually how we would want to manage that land later on. And with future development projects into Alaska's future, including possibly West Susitna access, along with other recreational opportunities up onto those areas, the only reason why we would reclassify the land concern is just like Michelle Stevens has, was the fact that we want to clarify and reclassify it so we can restrict use of the land. That is the only purpose that I see why we would reclassify it. And so with that, I strongly oppose against changing those classifications of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Last chance, anybody here? Anybody else jumped online? No? Okay. All righty. I'm going to go ahead and close audience participation. And then also earlier in the evening, under changes for the agenda, there was a motion to move later in the agenda, a motion to move reconsider the reset up prior to the public hearing. So, Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 26072, an ordinance adopting MSB 3.15036, 75,000 owner-occupied residential real property exemption, and MSB 110170, 1% area-wide sales tax with exemptions for the sales within the cities, and submitting the proposition to the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 regular borough election.
Okay. And that was motion by Assemblyperson Bowles. You need to make that motion now to rescind.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to rescind ordinance 26-072, and I'd like to speak to it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think it's pretty obvious that I have a strong disdain for this ordinance. I think it's what the ordinance does is it brings in a new tax on top of all of our other tax. One of the reasons I've made the motion to rescind this ordinance is, as we can see on our agenda, there is another ordinance that's similar and, in my opinion, is more palatable for the public and hopefully us. It's ordinance 26-083, which would bring in or put on the ballot a measure to bring in a 3% area-wide sales tax and then lower and cap the mill rate at 4%. So the reason this is more palatable is I understand 26-072 has a $75,000 exemption on primary property owners. However, at any future time, an assembly can increase the mill rate to, let's say, 9.5, and then it'd basically be as if that $75,000 exemption didn't exist, and then there's a 1% sales tax on top of that. What this ordinance on our agenda tonight would do is cap the mill rate at 4 and bring in a sales tax. So if we have to choose between the two, I am in favor of lowering property owners' property taxes. And so I think that 26-083 is more palatable. I think it would benefit the members of the borough, the residents of the borough in a better way. It would capture more sales tax from people that recreate here, tourists, use our infrastructure, and then leave. And so I think that, in my opinion, that would be a better option. I would ask the assembly to not choose both. If this motion fails, then I cannot support the other one. But if this is rescinded, I can support the other one if needed to move forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Further discussion about the rescinding of the ordinance 26-072. Mr. Attorney, are you? No. Okay. I'm sorry. Assemblyperson Sumner, were you signaling? Yeah.
I was.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I guess I feel the opposite way of this. Since the sales tax conversation started, but I think you kicked it off, Mr. Bowles. But we've had a lot of sales tax ordinance battling it out to make it on the ballot. I found this particular one. I'm opposed to all of them. I'll personally be voting against all of them on the ballot when I cast my vote. But I found this one the least economically impactful, so the least harmful to the community. So for that reason, since I figured one of them was going to go on the ballot, I voted for it. So same thing, I guess I'm opposed to taking it off the ballot.
Okay, further discussion? Well, let me see if there's other people, please. Assemblyperson Nowers.
I think we hashed this out pretty well, but the public's been clamoring for something to reduce property taxes. And so all this does is put something on the ballot that gives people a choice of, would you prefer to do it this way and get an exemption on your property taxes that's worth about $700 a year to you? I mean, it's just an option. It's putting it out there because people said, I'm tired of property taxes. So can we do things in a different way? Does the community want to do things in a different way? I guess that's what I'd say. So that's why I'll continue to support putting this one on the ballot.
Any other person, Deputy Mayor?
In the end, it's up to the people. And I think we should be giving the people as many options as possible. Whether it's this ordinance or a different ordinance, it's up to the people, and I want to give them a choice.
Okay, let me just see. Assemblyperson Bowles had wanted to talk before, but I put him off to get new people, and so, okay, I'll come back to you now then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, Assemblyman Sumner, you stated that you're going to be voting on the ballot regardless. So I would say we were voted into these positions to vote according to our conscience. And if you're going to vote on the ballot, why not vote it no now, tonight as well? So just throwing that out there.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, if you'll allow it, I have a question for the attorney that's about the other sales tax ordinance tonight. So it is a little bit out of order, but it would impact my decision on this current vote. So may I ask the attorney a question about the other ordinance?
Yes, I think, right?
The other sales tax ordinance, would that could the assembly raise the mill rate past 4?
No, not the way it's written, because what it says is that the borough assembly the borough would have the authorization to levy a 3% area-wide sales tax and a tax cap of 4 mills. And so if the area-wide real property taxes went above 4 mills, then the power to levy the sales tax would go away.
Okay. Bill? Assemblyperson Gamble, he hasn't spoken
Thank you,
yet.
Madam Mayor. So maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but with the fixed $75,000 reduction in property taxes, it affects the property owners disparately. So those that have the big, expensive homes, they only get a $75,000 deduction. And so those that only have like a $200,000 home, they still get that $75,000 deduction. So it doesn't affect the property owners fairly. I think capping at 4 mills and the 3% area-wide sales tax is fair to all the property owners. Thank you.
Okay. Assemblyperson Bowles, did you have?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify from my understanding. So this ordinance, the 4 mills, if a future assembly ever moved to raise the mill rate to, let's say, 4.5 mills, would that automatically rescind the sales tax?
Mr. Attorney?
Unless it was voter approved. Obviously, if you go to the voters can always change the rules, right? But the rule that would be set would say that if you went above 4 mills, then the power to levy the sales tax goes away.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers?
Just to clarify for the public who might be voting on this, if there's a $75,000 exemption, everybody is treated the same. Everybody, well, I get what you're saying, but I would say everybody's treated the same with that everybody gets about a $700 break on their taxes. And what's key about the $75,000 property tax exemption for people that live here is it only goes to people who live here. If you just lower the property tax rate, you're benefiting a lot of large outside entities that own property here. So that's the reason I propose the exemption for property tax exemption for people who live here, because I wanted to maximize the benefit for the residents and not have a big entity store that gets a big tax break and they are not going to pass it on because they're a national chain. So none of that benefit is going to come. So that's one key benefit of the exemption for anybody who's looking at this issue.
Assemblyperson Campbell? Oh, I thought, okay. Assemblyperson Bowles then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just also for clarification, on the difference between these two ordinances is a future assembly can raise the mill rate to 9.5, 10, 11. Well, right now it's capped at 9.5. So they can raise it to 9.5, and that's $75,000. It doesn't matter really for most people at that point. And then we have a sales tax of 1. If the mill rate is capped at 4 and there's a sales tax of 3, yes, it's a larger sales tax. If future assembly ever raises that or removes the cap, it automatically makes the sales tax go away. So I want that very clear on the record for anybody listening.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Question for Cheyenne?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Cheyenne. Any numbers on what outside people that don't live in the borough, what kind of percentage we're looking at as far as taxes coming into the borough?
Through the mayor to
Revenue.
Assemblyman McKee, for sales tax or for?
No, just property tax, the revenue of, and I know it's,
We estimated that if 100% took the 100% of those owner occupied residences applied and took the exemption, it was about 16 million in revenue that would be the reduction would be. So out of the approximately $130 million that we collect in property taxes, we would see the 75,000 would show a reduction of 16 million. So that's, you can do the math.
okay. And then if we go the other way with the 3% sales tax, the 4% cap on property tax, any idea what the outside,
Well, the 4%, the 4 mills applies to everybody. So it wouldn't matter if they lived here or not. Everybody's going to be taxed up to 4 mills.
like, say Fred Meyer's or Walmart or
So they would
Lowe's?
see a reduction about half of where we are now. So if they're paying $2 million in taxes, they're going to be paying $1 million.
And what kind of percentage makes up, I'm trying to get to a number here, of businesses, like outside business, such as Walmart and stuff like that? What kind of, any ideas what?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Bernier, I don't have the exact numbers. I know it's less than 30% of our taxes come from businesses. Now, I can't tell you if they're outside businesses or not, but the big businesses tend to be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further, Assemblyman Sumner?
Yeah, about the watering down of the 75K tax deduction by increasing mill rates. I was just going to add that the state statute only allows up to a 75K exemption, but it does allow an inflation adjustment after that, once it's enacted. So in theory, the 75K exemption could grow with assessments.
Okay. Ready, so the motion before you is to rescind your previous action, which was to pass that ordinance. So, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, so if they vote yes, then it would rescind the previous action. If you vote no, then the previous action stands. Is that
Correct,
right?
correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
If I can get everybody to vote. Assemblymember Fonoff. Are you still with us?
Yes, hello, sorry. Could you repeat that, the last part again, because my phone was cutting off?
The motion, the mayor was explaining the motion to rescind. If you want the ordinance to stand as adopted, you would vote no. If you want to rescind the ordinance, you would vote yes. What is your vote, Assemblymember Fonoff? No?
Correct.
Madam Mayor, the motion has failed with Assemblymember McKee, with Assemblymember, actually, it's passed. Give me a second. It's failed, sorry. With Assemblymember.
Fail to rescind it.
Correct, with
Right.
Assemblymember
So do you
McKee,
fail to
Assemblymember
rescind
Bernier,
it, so the-
Assemblymember Nowers, and Assemblymember Fonoff voting no.
Yeah. So the motion to rescind was
easier.
passed. The previous motion now stands. Okay? All right, so I think we're ready for public hearings then, Madam Clerk, if you're ready. Do we have a sign-up sheet for any of the public hearings, please, Monica?
Ordinance 2680, an ordinance adopting the area-wide power to acquire public rights-of-way, design and construct roads, streets, sidewalks, and related drainage facilities, and to submit the question to the qualified area-wide voters at the November 3rd, 2026 regular election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I think she's getting to see if we have a sign-up sheet, but while we're waiting, no sign-up sheet, okay. So it's now open to, yes, Andrew, come. So at this time, the testimony is restricted to ordinance 26-080. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Andrew Traxler. At the last large RSA board meeting, we did take up this topic. We were not able to have a resolution ready in time for this meeting, but we did hold a vote on the area-wide road powers, and we voted in favor to support you putting this in the ballot for the area-wide road powers. Only one of the voting members decided not to vote, that he wanted to look into it further, and other than that, it passed unanimously.
Okay.
And so my personal, stake in this or comment is that I wish this would have happened 10 years ago. For us to have area-wide road powers, we could advance the borough so much with that ability. I could talk about it for an hour, why area-wide road powers should definitely be in the borough's hands. Very important. And I thank the manager for bringing it forward.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Assembly. My name is Simon Gilliland, Gilliland. A couple things. I'm generally in support of the ordinance. I think it's a good idea for the purposes of long-range planning. From the standpoint of clarifying for the voters what area-wide is, maybe some verbiage could be added to clarify that area-wide is borough-wide, just so there's no confusion for them. It's difference between the RSA powers to procure right-of-ways for existing present needs and roads than potentially an easement for our future road needs. I think potentially changing right-of-way to use easement would be a prudent change from the standpoint of their plans. They're not actually going to be constructed right now, roads, and needs change, plans change, etc. We don't know we're going to build a road there. You still build a road in a public use easement. Section line easements are a perfect example. Most of Bogart is a section line easements. So instead of easements, instead of potentially wholesale purchasing of properties, potentially residential properties, the borough in ordinance 26066, a large part of the reason of the Point McKenzie Farms going back to the state was the desire to not be a residential landlord anymore. You guys recall back to June. So that's about all I have to say. I think that discussions of using easements versus actually purchasing a right-of-way would be prudent. Right-of-ways are much more of a platting action. They're a lot harder to get rid of if you decide that you don't need a road through here anymore. Easements are substantially simpler because they're on an existing parcel and not actual essentially separating the right-of-way from the existing private parcel. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Not for this one. Okay. Okay, we'll go to the person online. Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, borough officials, assembly members. My name is Michelle Heun, Heun, 44-year Alaska resident, homeowner in Borough District 1. My comments are in support of proposed ordinance 26080, information memorandum 26126. I want to emphasize this ordinance is supported by the Mat-Su Borough Transportation Advisory Board Resolution 2604. Acquiring rights of way before roads are built will be less expensive and more efficient than waiting until land has been developed. We hear frequently project cost increases because of poor planning. In the Transportation Advisory Board resolution, it states, whereas providing local match and project design increases competitiveness for discretionary grants, potentially unlocking vital external funding for infrastructure needs. In my opinion, the borough must plan better for growth, and this ballot proposition can help avoid future costs. As stated in borough documents, the ordinance itself does not impose a tax increase. I urge assembly members to vote in favor of this proposed ordinance and let the voters decide on November 3rd. Thank you. End comments.
And anyone else here that would like to give testimony? We do not have anybody else. I give them about 5 seconds, maybe. Okay, don't hear anything. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-080.
Okay, discussion by the Assemblyperson Sumner.
Can we get a staff report on this one and an explanation on the difference between easements and right-of-way?
You go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna do a handoff to the attorney for the second question, but I will take the first one for the staff report. So through the mayor to the assembly, just to give a quick overview, when I took this job, it's been a few years now, I heard roads, roads, roads. I still think that's our number one issue and challenge in the valley. I don't think that sentiment's changed. Certainly, I think the sentiment around hating property taxes has moved up. I think that's fair. But the roads issue is still an issue. And when we've been trying to play catch up for years, and we're not catching up. I mean, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, I think that's where we are. So we have to look at solutions that are different than what we've been doing for years. It was previously mentioned, this ordinance, if voter approved or approved by voters, would not change the RSA construct in terms of their abilities to continue to maintain roads. What this allows is for the assembly on an annual basis, when we do the capital budget, to put road projects in there and use area-wide revenue to support acquiring right-of-way, designing projects, and even constructing them. And so it would allow us to really kind of deconstruct and break some of these projects down into phases and execute them more efficiently and bring cost estimates to voters if we choose to bond. That's been one of my other challenges is, you know, our current approach is to put a ballot proposition together with two questions. Number one, can we use area-wide road powers? And we list the projects. And the second question is, can we go and sell bonds? In other words, buy debt to fund the projects. That's been our approach when we want to go out and do these larger transportation packages. Frankly, I don't think that's where we want to be in the long term. This allows us to look at, and I think what it really allows you as assembly members to do is look at roads, schools, all these things on even footing and determine how you want to allocate resources in a given year to support infrastructure development in the valley. Right now, we cannot do that with roads because the area-wide power to design, acquire right-of-way, and construct them is not a thing. And so this would put a solution before the voters to decide. So a couple years ago, we provided a revenue option. We put that out there, or the assembly put that out there for an advisory vote. Now this puts out a powers question. So it's a different solution entirely. And the idea is just let's put it out there. If we have this issue that we all know about, I don't want to be here 6 years, 5 years, 7 years later, and then go, well, what did we do to change the number one problem that we had? And the answer is, well, we just did more of the same. So this puts a solution out there for voters to consider. If they don't like it, so be it. But I feel like as an administration, as a staff, our job is to bring solutions forward for people to consider if they want to try to change things up and maybe make some progress on this issue. So I hope that gives you some context. I really see it, you know, for like the general public, it would play itself out in the annual budget process, right? So if this were approved, you know, just like we do with proposing a budget now, Public Works would bring road projects forward for you to consider. RSAs would have a say in what projects they want to see. You would have to consider, how do you get projects done in your district? But it would allow us to bring that forward in a budget process and figure out how do we leverage the revenues that we have to potentially get some of these projects done, and how do you want to allocate those resources? You're very limited with your ability to do that from a capital perspective today because the road service areas just don't raise enough revenue to support larger capital projects. And then this will be my last, and I could go on for an hour or two, Andrew, but you know, when you look at the growth in the valley and you look at some of these larger transportation corridors, and I'll just use Bogard-Selden corridor, does it make sense for the residents that live in RSA 25, for example, to fund a large corridor expansion, or those that are in, I guess, 25 for Seward Meridian Parkway to support a divided 4-lane highway that supports commerce and movement across a corridor, and have one road service area be responsible for doing all the heavy lifting to construct and maintain that? And I think that doesn't make a lot of sense. And there are plenty of those roads, even in some of our rural areas, where it's probably unreasonable to expect the tax base for that individual road service area to support it. And I would also remind you, because this is kind of one of those things that goes under the radar, we still have over 300 miles of unmaintained roads in this borough, and we haven't done anything to improve that in years or ever, if we're being honest. And again, I'm not trying to be hypercritical here. I'm just looking at the problem and going, sitting back and admiring, it's not fixing anything. This is just a solution. And if the voters say, nope, we don't like the idea, find something else, we'll keep looking. But this proposal is a way that I think could make some reasonable headway in the future. So that's that, and I'll be quiet and turn it over to the attorney for the easement fee simple question.
So you could probably have an entire class on this in a law school. But when you say the word right-of-way, that generally talks about the allowed use on a land. And it doesn't talk about who owns it, right? So when we say that borough would have the area-wide power to acquire rights-of-way, it would be that we would be able to use area-wide monies to go out with landowners and purchase rights-of-way. That is, roads, streets, sidewalks, related drainage facilities, just like the RSAs can currently do. So the intent here is to mirror what the RSAs can currently do, but make it an area-wide proposition, not including maintenance, of course. An easement is a character of ownership. And an easement actually isn't ownership in land. An easement is the right to use the land of another. You could use an easement as right-of-way. You can use an easement as snow storage. You can use an easement as, there are navigation easements. Palmer Airport has one over the Matt River Park, so the trees can't grow so high so that airplanes can come land, right? Easements are the right to use the property of another, even though you don't own it. So to say you might want to limit this to acquiring easements only would be limiting your ability to go out and, let's say there's somebody who owns property or is in the process of subdividing, the borough could show up and say, oh, hey, we want to buy that strip of land from you. If you said easements in this ballot question, you would not be able to acquire the land. You would only be able to purchase the right to use the land, if that makes sense. So the borough would not then own it. And I know the one speaker raised concern about, potentially vacating rights of way. There's a state statute directly on point. Our plating board does it. You guys get the rezos all the time on vacating rights of way. You go right to the plating board. State law specifies where the land goes and how it goes to vacate an interest in a right of way. Vacating a easement or relinquishing an easement, likewise, would come to this body as well, because you'd be giving up ownership in land, probably worth over $25,000, which means all disposals have to come to this body anyway. So whether you're vacating an interest in land via easement or fee, you're coming to this body anyway. So, are there any questions about the character? So rights of way can be easements or they can be ownership.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think this is a good ordinance. I do have concerns with rights of way versus easement. So my understanding is when we pass this, we're going to pass this. When it goes forward, if the easement language is in there and the borough moves forward in creating easements, but the road isn't planned for another 15, 20 years, that property owner can still use that property. They can farm it, they can homestead, they can do whatever they want on their property, versus a right of way where the borough then has purchased that property and it sits there vacant for 15 or 20 years. Somebody can squat there, somebody can dump garbage there, and then they have to go through the process of getting the borough involved to remove that squatter or that trash, and that property owner can't access or use that property. And then if in 15 or 20 years the borough changes its mind or they move a different direction on that road, if that property owner, if there's an easement, that property owner that could go back to the property owner, versus a right of way, which is then the borough is stuck with that, and now they have land they're not using. Similar to what Mr. Gilliland said as far as the property we discussed last month. Is that an accurate perspective?
Okay. Further discussion by the
attorney.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I would not agree with all of it, but you could characterize it that way. I've been in this job for 21 years, and I've always advised land management and public works. If you can get a fee interest, get a fee interest. I can't really conceive of the borough getting enough money to buy rights of way that aren't going to be used for the next 20 or 30 years. I mean, money is so tight to get road project money anyway. I can't really see that happen, but I mean, it could happen.
Okay. Assemblyperson Ouch?
I just wondered, kind of a point of order. We're talking about easements and right-of-ways, and I know there's an amendment that might be proposed, but if we're not going to have it on the table, like, let's maybe get it on the table.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I move to amend ordinance 26-080 by striking the words rights of way and inserting easements in its place throughout the legislation.
Okay, so now we have a primary amendment, so the discussion will be on that subject, whether the rights of way words should be replaced with easement. Discussion by the Assembly. Assemblyperson Sumner.
I mean, there's no reason why the Public Works couldn't be purchase easements if they saw that that was the best way to purchase the land, the future interest in the land. You know, if you left the legislation as it is, when you change it from right of ways to only easements, you're restricting what the borough staff can do, and they can only purchase easements, which, I mean, I'm not sure how that would impact future use of the land. There's some legal implications. The attorney is always advising to get fee simple ownership, so that's probably better when you're building roads, especially large roads, which is what the only roads that the borough would be purchasing I see are larger roads. So it'd probably be better off to own them rather than just have access through them through a parcel.
Deputy Mayor.
I will be voting on advice of council.
Further discussion on the Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not saying that it's never happened or it never will happen, but I'm not aware of the borough going out and purchasing any right-of-way before a project has been approved. And I just don't see that happening. So I think this is a great ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles.
So I agree. So where this is kind of coming from is oh, I'm sorry, I thought I heard something. So the planning commission meeting last night, and an example was brought up as far as Fairbanks, and the borough purchased a lot of property, and it didn't go into use for decades, and so that's we just so this is forward thinking, and of course this is bringing into consideration of property rights, right? Easements versus rights of way. So either way, this is a good ordinance. I'm going to vote yes on this ordinance. But if we can protect property rights and save the borough some money and a potential sale that doesn't get completed, then I'm always in favor of that. So
Further discussion on the primary amendment. Is there objection to the primary amendment? Okay.
I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Fawnoff.
No.
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Bowles in support.
Okay. So now you have before you ordinance 26-080. Is there, I was going to ask if there was objection, but we have comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're on the main motion. I mostly like this. I do like putting things in front of the voters and letting the voters decide. A couple qualms. One is that the bulk of the area-wide money is raised in the urban areas, and so if that money was to disproportionately be used in rural areas, that I think would be sort of a transfer of funds, and it's just something I think a future assembly needs to watch out for. As the manager noted, we would be doing this during the appropriation process. Hopefully the assembly would look at how that money's being spent and prioritize the projects that are most important, and the public would be involved in that. My second qualm on this is just, I wish it was paired with more of an effort from the borough and this body to head off the kind of problems that we are spending a lot of money retroactively to fix. There are a lot of plans, studies, solutions to try to figure out how to keep traffic from becoming a nightmare, and sub-area solution study, developer impact fees, planning ahead with our schools. If you just look around the Bogart-Engstrom intersection, that situation can happen again today because we have no mechanism in place that provides for keeping those intersections way down the line from becoming a nightmare. I was just in Wasilla traffic today. So, and it's a balance, right? You don't just, well, we can't develop, we don't want anybody like, oh, nothing can go in the borough. But we spend I've been up here 7 years. We spend a ton of our money on roads, and just one road project just makes my heart hurt with the amount of taxpayer money that goes in it. So a little bit passionate about that. I think this is good, but I wish we would have more of an effort to come up with ideas that work for the community and for developers to try to reduce these problems that happen outside our schools and in our neighborhoods and our main arterials that then cost a deep, ridiculous amount of money to fix retroactively. So.
Assembly members, go ahead. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Impact fees, yuck. I'm pro-growth. I would say the developers build some of the nicest roads around and give them to the borough, and then they add tax base, so that helps reduce the burden on everyone else. I like this ordinance because it has the potential to save taxpayers money by purchasing right away ahead of time instead of later on when it's more expensive. I don't like this ordinance because it grows government and gives more avenues to spend tax dollars. So I wish there was an abstain button, but unfortunately there isn't.
Deputy Mayor.
I just want to thank the manager for bringing this forward, and the Planning Commission unanimously voted for it. And I think it's good for the voters to get their opinion.
Okay, is there an objection to passing ordinance 26 dash? Okay, we do have an objection, Madam Clerk.
If I can get the members in the room to vote. Assemblymember Fawnoff.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Sumner opposed.
Okay.
Ordinance 26083, an ordinance adopting MSB 110-170 and MSB 3.35, 3% area-wide sales tax, enacting an area-wide real property tax cap of 4 mills, and submitting the proposition to the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 regular borough election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 26-083. Brenda, would you thank you. So this is ordinance 26-830, I'm sorry, 083. Testimony is restricted to this ordinance at this time. Yeah, come.
I'm Mike Alexander. I'm from Big Lake. I would like to see also sometime on these ordinances. I like the 4 mills, and if you up it, the tax goes away. It's a great idea. The other thing is the actual way the property values seem to jump all of a sudden every year. I would like to see some kind of a restriction also that you can only raise property values, say 3%, just a number that's reasonable. Not have properties jumping $15,000, $20,000 like they have over some people in the last few years. But overall, I like this ordinance the best because the mill rate is set. And that helps out a lot, I think, as far as your planning on you know what you can do. If you have to go above that on mill rates, then the tax goes away. So either way, you're kind of restricted on how much money y'all can spend, and hopefully you'll spend it a little wiser. But that's one of the things I would love to see is I really like this ordinance the best of the two. But the 75,000 is nice, but when you worry about on the other ordinance, everybody gets this, but then somebody from out of state doesn't. An out of state business doesn't get this same cut, but they get a favor of it. But the deal is, to me, if everybody's treated the same on this, it's pretty well. and you will increase things, and I think the taxes will take care of themselves, but it also lets you plan better. And that's something I would like to see as far as the mill rate held where it's at. And I would like to see, not on this ordinance, of course, it's not written in, but I would love to see someone amend it to the point where you can only raise property values so much each year to keep, because, I mean, you could do 4.5 mills, and then you raise my property value by $10,000-$15,000, I'm still not getting the tax break out. I'm not getting what I really want out of it. So, and I don't mind paying the sales tax. That's not a bad deal, because at least for a sales tax, I know I've got something at the house or something I've spent my money on. Whereas with this, I'm just, to me, when I do property taxes, I'm just paying unrealized future gains that I haven't seen yet. And I certainly haven't sold my house for that much, so I'd rather have the sales tax with the limited amount of mill rate on it, the 4, I believe it is, whatever it is. But I would rather see that than I would anything else. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Fred Myastis. I'm right along with that fellow there. You guys ought to put a freeze on the assessment of our property January 26. If you're going to do this, drop it down to 4 mills, because I've seen it in other places where it's been jacked back and forth. So that would be mine. Or take it to 5 or 6%, but no property tax. If I own my house, paid for it, and it feels like I'm still renting it. I don't know, do you guys feel that way? I don't mind paying a lot of money for sales tax, but I'm getting sick and tired of keep paying on something that I built and paid for. That's it.
Anyone else?
Jolene Coleman again. So looking at this, I am also concerned about the assessment going up to whatever it wants to be, because you can't raise the mill rate. So now here is another option we could do. The other thing I'm concerned about is that this will give discounts to a lot of people, including big companies. Then people, regular people, are paying the sales tax to make up their discount. That doesn't seem very fair to me. Also, people pay rent right now. So technically they're paying sales tax, because I can tell you that most renter or landlords are not going to be like, I'm getting, my taxes are going really up, I'm going to keep their rent the same. They raise their rent to match that, to cover their costs. This does not make them lower their costs. They can keep this even though they're now getting this discount. This does not change how much they charge renters. And those people are ones that can't afford a house right now, and they will pay that extra added tax. It's been said before, a lot of people work in Anchorage. That will also be a deciding factor of whether they want to come out here and spend their money, or if they want to pick up all their stuff in Anchorage where they don't pay the tax before they even make it home. That will definitely not help our small businesses and our local community and jobs that are in our community. So it's this double-edged sword that we are trying to walk on to fix a problem. I do believe that, once again, this should also be up to vote, because it is up to the people to decide where they want to be taken advantage of or fix their pocketbook. I mean, either way, we are getting something and losing something. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Do we have anybody online? Okay, one last chance. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-083,
Okay,
and I'd like to speak to it.
sure. Go ahead, sir.
This was brought around when we're trying to do this 6.5% sales tax, get rid of the property tax, and then it looked more like 7-8% probably on sales tax, and it was just a little bit too much, I think, and I was trying to do the best of both worlds. And I'd really appreciate it if we can at least put it on the ballot for the people to vote on.
Further, let's see, D, is that you that had?
Yeah, does this still preserve the disabled veterans and senior exemption to, does it change that at all?
I'm sorry, D what?
Does this, if we do this, does that, like the one with, that Nowers had put forward was a 70, they could do the 75,000 or they could do the senior disabled veteran kind of thing. Does this preserve the right of seniors and disabled veterans to take
Yeah,
exemption?
they would-
Okay,
yeah.
that's right.
It is a possibility both could go on the ballot and both could be passed by the voters. Yeah, okay, did you want a staff or no?
No.
Okay.
I was listening to the last lady, and I think it starts to get to the point, really, when we know how many people leave the valley to go shop in Anchorage, anyway, and load up before they come out here. This gives them even more of an incentive to do that. So that makes me a little uneasy. It doesn't mean I don't support this, but certainly that's out there. The McDowell Group addressed that in its report.
Assemblyperson Sumner, did you have comment?
Oh, I was just going to say the only thing that gets more tax hating voters out to the polls than one tax on the ballot is two. So, and I think getting tax hating voters to the polls is a good thing. So I might actually support this.
Assemblyperson Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I feel like somebody tried to repeal the area-wide property tax, which would have been 60% not too long ago. And anyways, during that discussion, I remember the discussion was about making sure it gets on the ballot then as well. Either way, I think that this is the least of the two. I think this is the least damaging ordinance. I will be in support of this to put it on the ballot. I'm not necessarily in support of this for anybody listening. I'm in support of putting this on the ballot because I think that if you have to choose, if you're going to choose between the two, we the people, I would suggest you choose this one over the other one. So with that, just the other one does not lower your property taxes. This one guarantees to lower your property taxes in half, at least your area wide, from approximately 8 mills right now to 4 mills. And yes, it brings in a sales tax, but remember, a lot of people come here and spend money that don't live here, and then they leave and go home. So this ordinance could actually be a property tax property tax relief for us out here. And it could possibly be a shift and a broaden in our tax portfolio, if you will. So I will be a yes on this one.
Okay, for the discussion, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I think first, a lot of people have brought up, oh, won't my assessment of my house value just go up? And I just wanted to note that if you think your house assessment value is out of line with what it would sell for or other properties would sell for that are comparable, you can appeal it. And now there's a new rule that the borough assessor, if you appeal it, you can't, if they say, well, your property is actually worth more, they can't raise it to more. So there is an option if you think your value's out of line. I just want to mention that for folks who don't know. This is a tough one because the cities have not been on board with having a borough sales tax stacked on top of their sales tax. And so for Palmer, this would be a 7% sales tax. I think that could really drive people to shop elsewhere. And just in terms of the benefit it gives some outside corporations, I did look, if we cut the mill rate in half, like for Fred Meyer, their bill would go from $480,000 to $240,000. I'm sorry, that's not right. Fred Meyer would go from $677,000 to $240,000 less. So they would have a savings of $240,000. So I struggle with that piece of it, that you're benefiting big outside entities that can afford to pay it and won't, we won't see reduced grocery costs. They'll just pocket that as is their right to do. So anyways, those are a couple of my thoughts on it.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
And one of the other things that I noticed was that it would cost $360,000 staff money to administer this thing, which is also kind of scary. But I kind of agree with Bowles, the idea that, the voters are going to have a choice. That's what makes it attractive to me, but it's kind of scary at the same time, just saying.
Okay, Assemblyperson Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for the attorney. So, Nick, what happens if both these go on the ballot and they both pass?
The Borough Assembly will have to decide which one stays on the books.
Oh, my God.
Couldn't the Assembly choose to enact neither one?
Yeah, I mean, as a practical matter, so these are both written that they take effect, I believe, April 1st. Yeah, April 1st. So they would take effect second quarter. So sometime before April 1st, the finance director and I would come to you with, we would have discussion, probably work session, to talk about which one you wanted to pursue, because if the voters vote yes, according to the ordinance, it takes effect April 1st. So you'd have to take some action before April 1st, because they both can't take effect because they wouldn't, a 1% sales tax, they don't work together.
Assemblyperson Howard.
I guess I just have a theoretical question. Why, if the voters say we want both, I mean, this is theoretical because there is no way. But why would you not do both? Because one gives a 1% sales tax to give an exemption on homes, and the other does a 3% to reduce the mill rate to 4 mills. They do different things. And if the voters voted,
Maybe. We'd have to go through them line by line and see. I mean, I wasn't really expecting to address this tonight. I would have to do some research to see if they could both exist without being in conflict with each other.
If unicorns can fly.
Yeah. I mean, if they could both exist without being in conflict with each other, it's possible. But I don't know that it was contemplated by each sponsor that they would both go forward and they would both pass.
Looks like we're done talking. Is there any objection to ordinance 26-083? Alrighty, there is. Madam Clerk?
If I can get the members in the room to vote. Assemblymember Fauna.
No.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Bernier, Assemblymember Gamble, and Assemblymember Bowles in support.
What did Fauna say?
He said no.
Oh, it sounded like to me he said yes. Okay, all right.
Ordinance 26085, an ordinance defining a newspaper of general circulation and the words publish or publication. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 26-085. And this testimony at this time will just pertain to this.
Sorry.
Oh, we do have it. Okay. Oh, Amy, all right. You're going to come to the other side of the table here? Okay.
All right. I'm Amy Bouchatz. I'm a borough resident and the founder of the Matanuska-Susitna, a nonprofit news organization. I know it is very strange to see me standing up here, and it's weird to be here. For the last 3 years, I've attended these meetings until the bitter end because I believe in one thing, the importance of public notice and making sure residents know what's happening in their local government so they can have a chance to participate. That's why I'm here tonight. OR 26-085 changes the borough's definition of a newspaper. The IM makes clear that because there is no longer a qualifying print newspaper, the borough would instead post notices on its own website, on social media, and on bulletin boards around the borough. Yeah, the Matanuska-Susitna shut down the printed newspaper because it was not financially viable. So public notices exist for one reason: to ensure government actions are made visible to the public they affect. They are not advertising. They're a legal safeguard built on the idea that an independent third party, not the government itself, should be responsible for publishing public notices. I don't think I need to spend much time explaining why California tech bros should not be trusted to show residents important government information on social media. We all know social media decides what we see, and somehow I don't think the planning board agenda is going to supersede cat videos. The borough's website is different, of course. It's a valuable public resource, but when the government is both crafting the notices and deciding where they're published, we've removed an important layer of accountability. The borough was spending an astonishing $100,000 in taxpayer money. I'm a taxpayer, so that's my money, to publish notices with the frontiersmen to meet its legal requirements. That was their pre-shutdown profit margin, which is bonkers. And no, there's no way to publish on a third-party website for free because things cost money to operate. But it doesn't have to be expensive. It can be done at cost. So I say do it with the Sentinel, do it with somebody else. It doesn't matter to me where you do it. It just needs to be done. What matters is that it is an independent and in control of someone who's bound to post a certain way, not via social media algorithm vibes. An independent publisher creates a permanent public record. If there's ever a dispute about whether a notice was published, someone outside the government can verify it. It also increases visibility. Most residents don't routinely check the borough website hoping something important has been posted. Independent publishers put those notices where people are already looking for local information. Most importantly, it protects public trust. Transparency is strongest when it's verified by somebody outside the government. So public notices, in my view, belong to the public, and the public deserves more than the government saying, trust us, we posted it. Thanks.
Mhm. Anyone else who would like to testify on this ordinance? Do you have anybody online, sir? No? One last chance, anybody? Yes.
For the record, my name is Bailey Stewart, and I concur with her testimony. Thank you.
Anybody else? No, still nobody online. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Deputy Mayor?
Assemblymember Gamble?
Oh, Assemblymember Gamble. Oh, that's right, it is his. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 26-085. I'd like to speak to it.
Go ahead.
So full disclosure, last week Amy came to me and we discussed this ordinance and her concerns. And I told her that I was reluctant to do anything to Lonnie's legislation to amend it. But Lonnie assured me that it's okay that for assembly members to amend her legislation. And I understand Amy's concerns too. Having somebody outside of government posting notices just kind of makes everything a little bit more transparent. So I guess, Lonnie, I'd like to make an amendment or I'm not sure if I need to amend this or just direct you to look for a third-party publisher, or at least go out and get pricing. Somebody help me here with some language here. So that we get somebody other than just government that's posting our notices, as long as it is reasonable financially to do so.
Go ahead.
And to Assemblymember Gamble, I just want to do a little explanation before I get to why I'm saying putting it in the
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So in reference to the state statute of newspaper regular or of general circulation, we no longer have that. So then state statute requires that we post these items in 3 separate locations. Web pages and the internet are not posting the publications. So instead of changing code to say do that, I would say amend the IM to add third-party websites to the list of items that we need to do. So they're on the IM itself, it says borough website, social media, and then notices of agenda, public hearing at the Dorothy Swanda Jones building I would go ahead and add it right there.
Okay, I'd like to make that amendment then. And also just a comment about social media. I know that sometimes I don't get notices on social media or things until days and days after they've actually happened. So I'm not even sure if we use social media, if people are going to get noticed on time. So I think using a third-party vendor is actually a good idea. Thank you.
Okay. So, Assemblyperson Bowers, go ahead.
Just have a question. So is that amendment to require that we pay somebody to put it on a third-party website? Or is it just to, I'm just trying to understand how that got amended, or that we also make sure our notices are.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I can tell you how I took it. I did take it as to look for a third-party publication, get pricing, and do that. We do still have the money in the budget that was adopted last year to, for the frontiersman, for the borough page, so we still have those funds to be able to publish. I don't know exactly, I can tell you, I don't know if I want to say the prices, Ms. Bouchat's told me before, but I would assume it's going to be anywhere between $50 and $100 per publication that we do. And just for the assembly alone, I can tell you for regular meetings and the weekly calendar, we would be posting maybe 8 a month.
$800 a month.
Yeah, but then you've got the planning commission and plating board, but they don't publish as much as we do. And then we've got our election ads too.
Could I follow up just and now that I have that information? I'm wondering if we could consider something that gives you more flexibility. And the reason I'm thinking about this is because the whole reason you had a newspaper in the first place of general circulation is in the olden days when we only had 3 TV stations and 2 newspapers, everybody was looking at those. And now it's totally fractured. Some people are looking at TikTok. Some people are looking at Instagram. Some people are, I don't know, on Reddit. It's very difficult to find a single entity that most of the people are looking at. So I don't know how much value we get from just picking a third party like website, even though the Sentinel is kind of the news thing now. I don't know what the penetration is in terms of readership, eyeballs compared to anything else. And I just want to give the clerk some flexibility to tell us how to do it. And I have talked about other ways that we could help the public, make it easy for them. Like you sign up for a feed and you say, hey, if it's in my neighborhood, send me an alert. If it's got, housing or water or something, like issues that people are interested in. So I think there's other ways to crack this nut, and I'd like to give the clerk flexibility to do that. So I don't know if that's a secondary amendment. Maybe we can discuss a little bit, or the clerk could suggest a way we could word that so it's not forced that we've got to pay for a third-party website.
Yeah, I'm good with that language too. We don't have. Yep, it's on. Yeah, we don't have to pay for something. If we do, we do. I know that our contract with the frontiersman was over $100,000 a year, and this is going to be substantially less than that if we go with like the Sentinel, from what I understand. But if we don't have to pay, then I'm good with that too. I just want, like you said, give the clerk flexibility, but try and find somebody that's not governmental to help spread the word about our meetings.
Assemblyperson Bowles, the attorney had his hand up. Can I get the attorney wanted to say something. Can I get him first, please? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. To clarify, Assemblymember Nowers, Assemblymember Gamble's amendment, because it's in the IM, already does that. The ordinance here amends it because we have no choice under the Alaska Open Meetings Act, right? We have to publish either in the newspaper or you have to post it at least 3 places. And what the IM says is, yeah, we're going to do the posting in 3 places, but we're going to do more than that. So, the minimum legal requirement will be met. What we're talking about, good governance, what you two are talking about here is more good governance and better notice and a third party outside person. His amendment already gives the clerk the ability to do that because it's in the IM and it talks about going above and beyond the bare minimum of the ordinance.
Okay, so flexibility is there
It's already
already.
there.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead, sir, now. Or did he answer it? Okay. Further discussion on ordinance 26 the amendment, the primary amendment. Okay, any objection to the primary amendment? Okay, seeing and hearing.
Yeah, I
none.
object.
You object? Okay, all right.
If I can get the
Yes,
members
I
in the
do.
room to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment. Assemblymember Sumner. Assemblymember Fonoff.
No.
It passed with Assemblymember Fonoff opposed.
Okay. Now you have ordinance 26-085 as amended. Objection. Assemblyperson Fonoff, do you still have an objection or are you ready to vote, sir?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Oh, did he object?
No, I don't, I just asked if he was ready to vote, so I don't know if he made. Do you continue to have your objection, I guess is what I should ask.
No, my objection was strictly to the amendment.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. That's okay. Everybody ready for a break? Okay.
It passed without objection. Madam Mayor? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Minutes, you want to do 8:10, 8:15? Okay.
If I can go ahead and have the assembly come back to order, please.
You can announce that Assemblymember Gamble left the meeting.
Yeah.
He's calling in.
Is he calling?
He's calling. And let's make sure he's on the phone.
Okay. So let the record show that Assemblyperson Gamble, ooh, hey. We're calling the meeting back to order, thank you. Let the record show that Assemblyperson Gamble is not here, he is on the phone.
Can we verify that Assemblymember Gamble is on the phone? And Assemblymember Gamble, you would hit *2 to unmute yourself and *2 to remute yourself.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, is
Mhm.
ordinance 26073, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $5,000 from the Scotty Gomez Foundation for an improvements to the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center with accompanying resolution 26058, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for any improvements to the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open, we do now have a sign-up sheet, right? I'm going to open the public hearing, and at this time, your testimony is restricted to the ordinance or to the resolution. Is there anyone that would like to testify on either the ordinance or the resolution? Have anybody online? No? Okay, one last chance. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-073 and resolution 26-058.
Okay. Is there a discussion by the assembly? Is there any objection to the ordinance or the resolution? And if you, either one of you are online, if you have objections, now is the time to voice that objection. Okay, hearing no objection, then ordinance 26-073 and resolution, oh, you just moved it on me, Brenda. What was it?
059.
059, no, 059 is for 074.
Oh, sorry.
She,
058.
058 has been adopted.
Ordinance 26074, an ordinance reappropriating 400,000 from the Central Matsu Fire Service Area Fund balance to the Central Matsu FSA Facilities and Vehicles Project for the, I'm going to mess this up, Plurpercile Substances Mitigation and Remediation Activities. With accompanying resolution 26059, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for that same word, substances mitigation and remediation activities. I apologize.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Our testimony at this time is restricted to the ordinance and to the resolution. Okay, seeing none. Do we have anybody online, sir? No? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing, and is it Deputy Mayor, I guess, huh?
I move to adopt ordinance 26-074 and resolution 26-059.
Discussion by the assembly. Any objection to the ordinance or the resolution? Okay, hearing no objection, and the ordinance and resolution have been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 26075, an ordinance approving appropriation of $275,000 from the West Lakes Fire Service Area Fund balance to project upgrade radios. With accompanying resolution 2660, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for a project to upgrade radios for the West Lakes Fire Service area. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
We do not have a sign-up sheet. I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 26-075 and resolution 26-060. Testimony at this time is restricted to the ordinance and resolution.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Michelson. I'm on the Board of Supervisors of the West Lakes Fire Department. This project, along with a couple other capital improvement projects, were discussed at a board meeting with a quorum, and there were 0 objections to these items. They were dismissed in the budgeting process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testimony? We have anybody online, sir? No? Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 26-075 and resolution 26-060.
Okay, discussion by the assembly. Is there any objection to ordinance 26-075 and resolution 26-060? Hearing no objection, then ordinance and resolution have been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 26076, an ordinance approving an appropriation of $25,000 from the West Lakes Fire Service Area Fund balance to a project to purchase a new brush skid unit, with accompanying resolution 26061, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for a project to purchase a new skid unit for the West Lakes Fire Service area. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing, and we do have a sign-up sheet. Cindy?
It was the same comment, basically. This was approved during the Board of Supervisors meeting. It just didn't make it through the budgeting process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testimony? Anybody online, sir? Nobody online? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 26-076 and resolution 26-061.
Okay, discussion by the assembly. Is there any objection to ordinance 26-076 and resolution 26-061? Okay. Seeing and hearing no objection, then the ordinance and the resolution have passed. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2677, an ordinance amending the composition of the Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission to reduce the membership from 8 voting members to 7 voting members. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'll open up the public hearing on ordinance 26-077. We do not have a sign-up sheet.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Jim Sykes. Before I start my testimony, I would like to say that I am currently the non-voting member on the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I am not speaking for the commission or as a commission member. This is my personal testimony only. So I totally support the intent of this legislation. The 8 members, I don't believe has worked out that well, but I would like to recommend a couple of changes. I don't know that retaining the non-voting member who was a previous member is very useful anymore. As I am that member, and I look around and I've tried to recruit new members for the position that I will eventually leave here, there aren't very many people left to recruit because the older ones are older than I am, and the younger ones have gone on with their families and their professional lives. And they know it's hard work, and they are not coming back probably right away. So I believe that we should equalize the membership and just change paragraph 4 under the changes, just make it 5 members and make them all voting members. If you leave it the way it is, you still risk the possibility of having a 3-3 tie vote, and they're generally not very, very helpful. So I would recommend that you just do 5 members. And since we don't have our first meeting scheduled until late September, I would also propose making the legislation effective on January 1st, 2027, since we do have 2 people's terms ending on the 31st of December. So I think that it's a very hardworking board. I urge the Assembly member who is going to serve on this board to really take it very, very seriously, because I know being on the Assembly, it's a very busy job just being an Assembly member, but we just have the federal government taking over management in Lower Cook Inlet, and we still have the State Board of Fish to deal with. And just 2 days ago, the federal government closed fishing for coho, which may be okay, but it was a hot issue last year, and it's going to be hotter when we get there next year with both the federal government and the state meetings that are coming up. So it's a heavy load. We're a small group, but we're widely respected for our expertise and the fact that we stick to the facts. And, you get political when you get down there, but we try and avoid the politics as much as possible. So I would suggest those 2 amendments, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Anyone else that would like to testify on this ordinance? We have anybody online, Caleb? We do not? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-077.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead. Yeah, you.
Okay.
Oh,
All
who
right.
do
I
you
just
want to
wanted to
talk?
give the courtesy. So I think that's an outstanding suggestion from Mr. Sykes. So I move to amend this ordinance by removing A subsection 5 altogether and changing the word 8 that is underlined to 7.
What, I'm sorry, you changed the word 8 to what?
7.
7. membership from.
So I'm looking at page 1 of the ordinance, 4.75.005A,
Wait.
subparagraph
Wait.
5, remove that in its entirety, the one previous member, and then substitute in remove the word 8 that's underlined and replace it with the word 7.
Mr. Attorney, did it, I see, no, you did. Okay, all right.
I don't understand the math there. If you're changing 8, oh, I'm sorry, you got it.
No, go ahead, yeah.
If you're changing 8 to 7, and then the rest of that thing says voting members to 7, don't you have to change that to like 6 or something like that? I don't know, it doesn't, what am I missing?
Can you,
Oh, okay, well, let me go and look at that. What would it actually do? Oh. Okay. I'm okay
you
with
get
that.
your question answered? Okay, all right, okay. So Assemblyperson Sumner.
Well,
I mean,
sorry, I just wanted to continue after that, just end with, I appreciated Mr. Sykes and his time on this when I was on the commission. He is an outstanding member of this commission, and he is just a wealth of knowledge, so thank you very much.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I was just going to point out that functionally there is no difference, because if you can't fill that seat, then it would just be empty. And then you'd still have seven voting members. If you can't fill the previous member as a non-voting member. But then you would still have, if you didn't make this change, you would still have the option of the wealth of knowledge of a previous member. If 10 years or 15 years from now, we just have people clamoring at the wall to be on the Fish and Wildlife Commission.
So they could fill the at-large seat or any other seat. And while I was on the commission, I think we, about half the time, had a vacancy. So, yeah. And I'll add that previous member could not vote. So that person with the knowledge, that institutional knowledge, couldn't vote on things. Whereas now, if we remove this, all 7 members could vote. And that person could still be on the commission in a voting position.
I'm confused, I think. Because, so the ordinance as presented goes from 8 voting members to 7, and you're changing that to what? Oh,
So
that's
the
gonna remain.
title is a little confusing, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay,
So what it's going to end up happening is that you're going to have 8 members, but the one non-voting member is going to go away. So it's still 7 voting members.
okay. Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I guess I had a question for whoever can answer. Some of our boards and commissions have term limits. Does this one have a term limit?
I could, Madam Mayor, through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner, I do not believe so. They do have to reapply every 3 years.
Okay,
Madam-
for the Assemblyperson Bowles.
So I would, if you wanted to run an amendment, I would support that. I mean, I'm all about term limits. So,
Well, we have an amendment on the floor, right? So, yeah, we need to take care of that, or you can make a secondary amendment. What?
It wouldn't.
No,
fit under
that won't fit. Okay. So let's take care of the amendment first, then the primary amendment. Is there objection to the primary amendment? Okay, hearing none, then the primary amendment has been passed. Then did you want to make another amendment, sir? No. Or Sumner? No. Okay. You have okay, Assemblyperson Bowles?
thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, I'd like to amend the effective date to January 1st of 2027.
Okay,
This will give time for the board to
Okay.
react. Excuse me, commission to react.
Okay, so the primary amendments to change the effective date. Discussion. Any objection? Hearing no objection, then that amendment passes. Further amendments or further discussion? Any objection to the ordinance as amended? Okay, so then ordinance 26-077 as amended has passed.
Ordinance 26078, an ordinance amending MSB 1539190D and MSB 243030B10 to require deliberations to be held in open session. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone that would like to address this ordinance 26-078? Okay, hearing no, do we have anybody online? Oh, okay. So a closed public hearing, Deputy Mayor.
I move ordinance 26-078.
Okay. Discussion by the assembly. Is there objection? See,
Not an objection from me, but could you amplify this a little bit?
Deputy Mayor's got his light on, but
Oh, I'm
okay,
so sorry,
go
I didn't
ahead
see
then.
that.
No, go ahead, Dee. I just wanted to be sure he was.
Could you just expand on that just a little bit? How does that change things?
Well, to me, it's just a matter of transparency regarding the actions of the boards and commissions that need to be in public. And maybe the attorney would like to add something, or if he can further explain, or.
Yes.
Okay, further discussion, questions? Assemblyperson McKee, are you okay? Okay. Is there any objection to ordinance 26-078? Okay, hearing no objection, then ordinance 26-078 has been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2679, an ordinance amending MSB 212112F to clarify the effective date of an assembly action when a motion to reconsider is withdrawn or fails. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Do we have a sign-up sheet? No. I will go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 26-079. Have anybody online, sir? No? Okay, I'll close public hearing. Deputy Mayor, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-079.
Okay. So, some hours or Sumner, whoever?
Just, I know this came up during the data center action, and I just wondered again, the same question as Ms. McKee, just if you want to expound a little bit on how this changes things, what it does.
Yeah. Let's see, if I can remember correctly, there was a action by the assembly. And before I did my veto, or as I did my veto, I guess the next day, that also a reconsideration came in. And the reconsideration then took place over my veto. So the ordinance came back to the assembly for reconsideration. And so then you guys considered the reconsideration, but that nullified my opportunity, or any mayor, not just me, but the mayor, opportunity to veto. So my problem was that I felt that there was something in the code, either the way we were practicing it or the way that it was, that it was taking away an elected official's right to be able to exercise their duty. Assemblyperson Sumner.
So I had a question, perhaps for the clerk. So could a mayor exercise the veto concurrently with a reconsideration? Or does one supersede the other?
Right. And how to, yeah, so you're taking away somebody's right to do
Well, no,
what it says in the code.
that was the question. Could the veto run concurrently with a reconsideration or not? Maybe it's a question for the attorney. I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner, I can't say that it's never happened. I can't say that it can't. So if something passes, the mayor wants to veto it, she has up until the next regular meeting. It could run concurrently, but you definitely have to deal with the reconsideration before the veto on the agenda.
Yeah, so I guess I have a couple of hypothetical questions. So an ordinance passes, a reconsideration is filed. Can the mayor file a veto after that reconsideration?
If I could, Madam Mayor, to Assemblymember Sumner, if the reconsideration fails, the mayor has up until the next regular meeting to veto an item. That if reconsideration is also on the next regular agenda. If somebody moves to take that reconsideration off, the mayor can no longer veto. That timeline is gone. So she would have to veto prior to the meeting even beginning for the reconsideration that got taken off the agenda. Am I answering your question?
Maybe I'm just confused, but
Okay.
by the order of operations. So so the mayor would have until the next regular meeting to file her veto. So just because a reconsideration is filed, does not preclude the mayor from filing a veto.
But when the next meeting came, then the reconsideration was withdrawn and my time period for the veto was over.
Yes,
Because
but
it
you
goes
had
back
the
to the
time until
time.
that meeting to file the veto, I guess is my question.
You do.
So this didn't preclude the right, it just had a confusing timeline.
It did. I don't know whether you think it could, but it did. Because when the reconsideration was pulled, then the effective date for that original ordinance went back to your first meeting that you had. You see what I'm saying? And then that wiped out the time in the code for the mayor to veto. Yeah. Go ahead.
I would be opposed to this ordinance because I do not believe as it's currently written, that it precludes the mayor from vetoing, if I'm understanding it correctly. But what it would do if it's passed would be to draw out legislation, and that basically add another meeting. So something could have a meeting, it could have a reconsideration, it could then have a veto. Then after that, it could have a motion to rescind. We might never get anything done ever again if stuff like this keeps going.
Well, I think for reconsideration, there's a timeline, right? So when the timeline came up for the next meeting and then the reconsideration was pulled, then I don't know, can they go back to that original passing of that ordinance to do another reconsideration?
No, Madam Mayor, they can't.
So there wouldn't be that other reconsideration then, yeah. Okay. Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Bowles.
So I think it might not be a bad thing, because if there is confusion, I mean specifically to that resolution, a good example is people are still referring it to as a data center resolution, and it never was a data center resolution to begin with. And so I know
It didn't have anything to do with a
no, I'm
data
talking about the
resolution.
timeline. The confusion, though, that was around that particular, you're talking about the resolution for Woman Nowers was talking about the data center resolution.
No. It had to do with water body setbacks, I believe. It wasn't data centers.
Okay, so the point is the same.
What was it,
If-
Madam Clerk?
If there's confusion,
No.
more time is a good thing because it gives people opportunities to clear things up and work things out, unless there's like we need to get this done because of public safety, public health. I think more time is not a bad thing with government. when we push things through government, oftentimes it can not necessarily be the right thing, as I've learned in this seat. So I'll be in favor of this, because unless it's a public safety, public health issue, more time to think about something and to talk with people and to learn about an issue, and if there is confusion, to work through those things, in my opinion, is a good thing to make sure that the outcome is correct.
Okay. Let's see, everybody, Deputy Mayor, and then,
I'll be in favor of it.
okay, thank you. Assemblyperson Hours?
I just say, if there is a mayoral veto, you get a chance as assembly to come back and do an override of the mayor. So that just would automatically happen. It just allows the mayor to not have the timeline get cut short for vetoing.
Okay, further discussion? Assemblyperson Sumner?
Oh, I was just going to say, in this instance, what we're talking about, this is not the confusion of the public. This is the confusion of the elected officials. There is not, as it currently stands, the mayor has the right to veto. So if she feels, or any mayor, if they feel strongly about an issue, they can still veto it, even if it is being reconsidered. Obviously they might want to, as our current Madam Mayor wanted to defer to the assembly, and I don't think anyone realized that would preclude her power to veto later until we had a more definitive reading of the code. But now that we're clear on that, that shouldn't happen again.
How can it not happen again if we don't change it?
Well, my point is that you could, if you feel strongly about an issue, issue a veto even concurrent with a reconsideration.
Well, yeah, but my time limit was up. I couldn't. I have a time limit on, and not me, but the mayor has a time limit on how much, when they can veto.
Correct.
And-
You could have vetoed before the meeting that had the reconsideration.
I did.
She did.
Oh.
I did, but then the reconsideration was pulled. So then, but that
Well, point
my
of order.
time limit was up to veto.
I believe that's not correct. I believe that you did not issue a veto. But we have some clarification.
Well, I don't know. All I know is that the time limit was up and I didn't get to veto. So whether this takes care of it or not, or that's not a problem, I don't know. You'll sit in this chair someday, sir, and you'll realize. You'll say, oh, she was right. Further discussion on the ordinance. I guess there is objection, right? Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Fonoff.
No.
Assemblymember Gamble.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and Sumner opposed.
Okay, thank you. So you know, I'm not a very good prophesier then, is that what you're telling me, Matt?
Ordinance 26082, an ordinance to decrease the marijuana sales tax levy from 5% to 3%. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and we do have a sign-up sheet. So Bailey?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. For the record, my name is Bailey Stewart. I'm a local business owner. I actually opened your first dispensary here in Matsu Borough. I've been collecting taxes from day one. I'm the chairman of the state's marijuana control board. I sit on multiple nonprofits, and my finger's on the pulse on how these taxes affect our consumers. I'm here to support ordinance 26-082, and I want to begin by thanking the Assembly for listening. During the hearing on ordinance 26-061, many of you heard from the industry and from the residents and the real challenges we face. You listened, you considered those concerns, and you voted the tax increase down. That decision meant a great deal to us, the regulated cannabis community, and thank you for hearing us, Assemblymember Bernier. I especially want to thank Assemblymember Bowles for introducing this ordinance. This is a constructive and thoughtful response. It is the first time a body of government has clearly recognized the pressures facing the legal marijuana industry, including the significant pressure and presence of the black market. I understand that not every member of this assembly or constituent supports marijuana, and that's okay. What I appreciate is a recognition that this conversation is ultimately about public health and safety. When the legal market is overtaxed and struggling, consumers are pushed towards unregulated sources. Those sources do not test products, they do not do age verification, and do not contribute to our community. Supporting a viable legal market helps ensure that adults who choose to consume cannabis can do so through regulated, tested, and age-restricted channels. This is the system Alaskans voted for, and it is a system that best protects public safety and it protects our children. This ordinance is a step in the right direction, and I respectfully ask the Assembly to support this ordinance and continue working toward a balanced approach that strengthens the legal market rather than weakening it. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for treating this issue with the seriousness it deserves. Keep up the good work, and regardless of how you vote today, I support this body, and I am grateful to you all for representing the Valley and supporting local businesses. And I want to say one thing, this is my personal testimony. I should have added that at the beginning, but thank you all.
Okay, Sarah Lorna.
Hello again.
Dimitri, Assemblymember Fonoff, can you mute your phone, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Sarah Lorimer, and I'm the founder of Country Cannabis and owner of Boone, Alaska, which is a local cannabis manufacturing facility I just opened here in the Mat-Su Borough. I want to begin by thanking Assemblymember Michael Bowles for introducing this ordinance. The Mat-Su Borough's 5% marijuana sales tax was approved by voters in 2016. After nearly 10 years, we have real-world experience to evaluate its impact on local businesses, consumers, and our economy. I believe this ordinance is a thoughtful adjustment based on what we've learned. Over the last years, we've seen how higher taxes influence customers' behavior. People compare prices, and many people choose to shop in communities with lower taxes. Others, unfortunately, continue to purchase from the illicit market where products are untested, businesses are unregulated, and no tax revenue comes back to our borough. Reducing the borough marijuana sales tax from 5% to 3% isn't just about helping cannabis retail businesses. It's about making legal market more competitive so consumers choose licensed businesses. Every legal sales means products are tested, IDs are checked, businesses are held accountable, and revenue stays in our local economy instead of supporting the black market where zero taxes are paid. The ordinance strikes a better balance and makes legal cannabis more accessible, supports local employers, and strengthens our legal market while still generating revenue for the borough. I want to thank this assembly for being willing to revisit this issue. It takes leadership to look at nearly 10 years of experience, evaluate the results, and make thoughtful adjustments. Your willingness to listen to business owners and the community is appreciated. On behalf of our employees, our customers, and other licensed cannabis businesses in the Mat-Su Borough, I respectfully ask that you support Ordinance 26-082 and encourage a yes vote to reduce the marijuana sales tax from 5% to 3%. Thank you for your time, your service, and I appreciate the consideration of this ordinance. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else that would like to? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Esther Huddleston. This is the sin tax, and I think we should leave it at 5%. I have problems that the minimum feet away from marijuana shops to churches, schools, and neighborhoods is 500 feet. I live in Meadow Lakes. There's like another pot shop coming up, another one. Every time I go to a planning commission, they approve another one and another one. Yeah, I mean, when are we going to draw a line? We need to keep our children safe and have a further distance away from schools, further distance away from churches for these marijuana shops. Thank you. And especially keep them out of neighborhoods. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to testify? Do we have anybody online, sir? No? Okay, one last chance. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt Ordinance 26-082
Would you like
And
to speak to it?
if I could a little, so I can't say any more than the speakers already have on both sides. I've heard that as well. This specifically is an attempt to protect members of the borough, residents of the borough, who choose to participate in this activity. It is a legal activity in the state, whether we agree with it or disagree with it morally. Alcohol is a legal activity in our state, whether we agree with it or disagree with it morally. That whole issue, as far as how close they are to certain types of buildings, that's a different discussion. I actually had the discussion earlier today with another assembly member before the meeting, because that is a separate approach to public safety and public health. This one specifically, though, is to hopefully address people that are utilizing the black market rather than a facility that does regulate their product. If somebody's going to use this product, they're going to get it from somewhere. So do they get it from somewhere it's been vetted, and an owner's going to be held accountable if that person has a bad, like a bad health experience? Or are they going to get it from somebody at school or something else where it's laced with something, and then they end up in the emergency room and have maybe a near fatality? So that's my intent here. I understand that this is a controversial issue, but this specific ordinance addresses the tax, lowering the tax, and it really is an attempt to address public safety and public health. And this came up before the previous tax ordinances when I was going to different marijuana stores in District 1, and every owner said the same exact thing that we heard here tonight. This isn't just for these two store owners. This is across the board in the borough. From my understanding, is people are receiving product that it's laced. It's coming from areas that isn't regulated. So that's what's on the docket for us to consider. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, Google search says the average purchase at a marijuana dispensary in Alaska is $60 to $100. So you're looking at about $1.20 to $2 reduction in sales tax after this ordinance. And I just fail to see that that's going to make an impact on where people's purchasing decision, whether they go to a convenient marijuana dispensary or they go meet some, drug dealer in some back alley or out there in a trap house. If you want to make that argument, or you want to incentivize people to use a legalized marijuana dispensary, then we should be subsidizing the legal marijuana dispensaries. I think 2% is not enough to make that a compelling argument.
Deputy Mayor.
So I don't think the black market, so to speak, is a real thing. Seeing it used to be $4,000 a pound, now it's like $1,600 a pound. I don't know of a lot of people that are going out to grow marijuana anymore because legalizing it took the profit out of it. It really did for a lot of people. Secondly, I don't think anybody would be here complaining if, say, okay, for the state, there's only so many liquor licenses. Can you imagine if they gave out liquor licenses like they give out marijuana licenses? That you'd only have 3 people in your bar instead of 20 people in your bar. So now you got all these pot shops opened up, but you don't have the customers coming into them because there's so many of them. It's watered down any type of profit that's available. I think it needs to stay at least at 5% because this was supposed to help out the schools and stuff like that. If this got lowered, wouldn't the alcohol, if that passes, wouldn't that have to go down to 3% as well?
No, because we have a transient accommodations tax, the bed tax. It's at 5%.
Would you put,
And then, I would say at least at 5. Because I know that it's a matter of, there's too many pot shops and they're not making enough money. They're all hurting each other. We need to lower the number of marijuana shops so they can actually make a profit and a business out of it.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, the last time this came up, I was very much in favor. I think we were going to try to raise it to 10, and then we brought it back down to, we just said no for all of the reasons we discussed, and I was certainly in favor of that. However, bringing it down even lower, I don't see it. That's not something, in most cases, that people need. It's something that people want. So if you look at it, I don't like to call it a sin tax because I don't associate it in that way. I don't think it's a moral issue. For me, it's not. But the idea that that's something that people make a choice to do, we've been talking about finding ways of lowering costs to the citizenry in this borough. And if you look at the amount of revenue, I think the revenue reduction was something like $774,417 or something like that. That bringing it down.
You want staff to come and give you some figures?
I was getting them from from Cheyenne's, I think was your thing. It was $777,417 loss of revenue. We're talking about taxing people, and you know how I feel about the Big Lake Recreation Center. So you got $777,417. Then you're going to purchase a piece of property out at Big Lake for $110,000. Now you're up to $877,000, and you've got the Scotty Gomez thing going on. We're just throwing money away, and I don't see the point. This is something that the people in this borough must be totally confused right now about what we're the direction we're actually heading into. When we did the fuel tax, they said, no, we don't want that. Now we've got tax and tax and tax, and we've got lowering somebody else's tax. So I can't be in favor of it. I don't think it's going to drive people to the black market. My heart was in what I said. So I would leave it where it is at 5.
Further discussion? Assemblyperson Bowles?
Okay, I'm trying to, okay, as far as taxes, I'll just point out that, as far as taxes, this is an attempt to lower a tax, not add a tax. And as far as we're just throwing money away, it's not our money. This money belongs to the people that earn it. So that's how we should be thinking about tax money. The money belongs to the people that earn it. The borough just takes it from them. And as far as this particular ordinance and what it addresses a public safety, public health concern that has been brought to us by professionals in the field, the subject matter expert for the state who's sitting in front of us. So I think we need to stay on this subject. If you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it, but let's not deviate from the purpose of this ordinance. So I would just ask that the purpose of this ordinance be considered in your decision. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
I'd like to amend this motion to raise it to 7% and be placed on the ballot.
Okay, so there is a primary amendment to change it from 5% to 7, plus put it on the November ballot.
Madam Mayor,
Do
do we have ballot language? What are we doing?
Yeah.
I would copy the last one that was at 10 and replace it with 7.
At least I have something to go off of now.
Okay. Further discussion on the primary amendment? Is there objection? I'm sorry, just a minute. Somebody online, was that a cough or was that? Oh, I guess, whatever. Okay. Assemblyperson Bold?
So just the last couple of months, there's been a lot of discussion on raising taxes from people who talk about lowering taxes. That's all I've got to say about that.
Okay. Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm good.
Oh, you're good. Okay, good. All right. Assemblyperson McKee.
In regard to that, the last comment, you're only raising taxes for people actually who choose a thing. It's not, it doesn't hit everybody. Whoever smokes dope or drinks alcohol, that's a choice.
Property owners are a choice. You choose to buy a home.
Point of order.
She has the floor.
And I'm sorry, because I've done that before too, because I didn't realize that I wasn't supposed to, so it's okay with me. But I just think that not only are we asking people to pay more taxes, but then we're cutting out a tax base from them, which is not something that people have to have. It's not like fuel or it's not like food or anything like that. So I don't see who it harms except the business owners. And I think they're doing pretty well. I mean, if they can, whatever the tax is bringing in, there's a substantial business out there. So I just don't see the reason for lowering it any further than it is.
Okay, further discussion? Assemblyperson Bowles, did you want to say anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, owning a home is a choice. The government doesn't force you to purchase a home. Owning a vehicle is a choice. The government doesn't force you to own a vehicle. Buying soda in the store is a choice. The government doesn't force you to purchase soda. Everything we do in life is a choice. God blessed us with that option. So just saying that this is a choice, yes, it is a choice. I think the issue here is the product, and I agree. I personally don't use this product. I don't. But it's a legal product in the state. Our job is to direct policy and understand policy. This is a legal, we aren't a dry state as far as this is considered. And so the attempt of this ordinance was to lower taxes and to make it a more safe environment for those that choose to utilize this product. I would ask that if you want to bring another ordinance forward, my understanding is it's too late to go on the ballot. Or just run your own ballot. Don't try to hijack this one. And, at least give me that courtesy. So vote this one down and then run your own ballot or ballot measure. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Would it have to be a secondary amendment to raise the alcohol one from 5% to 7% as well?
I don't think this could, Madam Clerk, go ahead, but I don't think that could be added to this one.
Madam
Right,
Mayor,
okay.
through the mayor to Assemblymember Bernier, that is not in front of you. The alcohol tax is not in front of you. The marijuana legislation is in front of you.
Okay, I was under the impression they had to be equal.
You'd have to go to the attorney for that.
The state law says that you cannot tax alcohol at a higher rate than some other product or service that gets taxed in the borough. That is the only restriction. It only applies to alcohol because alcohol gets special treatment. So the alcohol tax as proposed that's going on the ballot this fall, 5%, that matches the bed tax, and it currently matches this marijuana tax. So if this marijuana tax does get lowered tonight, the alcohol tax is still okay because it would still match the bed tax, transient accommodations tax. But there's no other requirement that all the other taxes have to match, or that marijuana products tax has to match any other tax.
Thank you for clearing that up.
I would assume we have an objection to the amendment. Is that right, or do we want more discussion? Yeah.
Could you restate the amendment? Was it the Bernier's?
Yeah, yes, the amendment is to raise the sales tax to 7% and place it on the ballot with the same ballot language from the previous ordinance the assembly voted down.
Okay.
One last thing.
Uh-huh.
A question for staff. Do you recall what it raised?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Bernier, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. Currently, with the 5% sales tax that we have, we have raised in the last fiscal year. I'll just make sure I got the right number before I throw it out there. Okay, let me start over. The average we have raised since 2022 to 2025 was $1,806,000 approximately. This last budget cycle, we budgeted $1.7 million at 5%.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to vote or want more discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we're voting on the amendment.
Yeah.
If I can get the members in the room. Okay. Assemblymember Gamble on the amendment.
No.
Assemblymember Fauna.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Sumner, Bernier, and Fauna in support.
Okay. Ready, so now we're back to,
Back to the main motion, Madam Mayor.
yep, we're back to the main motion. Okay. I was waiting for you to be sure you were done.
Oh,
Okay.
no, I'm done. I've got it. up
Okay.
there. Sorry.
That's okay. I didn't know you had it that way down. Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I call for the question.
What does he want?
He called the question.
Is there objection to calling the question? Don't see any objection to calling the question? None.
Their objection to the main motion.
Is there objection to the main, there is objection to the main motion.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the main motion. Assemblymember Fauna.
No.
Assemblymember Gamble.
No.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Bowles in support.
Okay.
Okay, ordinance 26084, an ordinance reappropriating $110,000 from the Land Management Permanent Fund to the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center project for the purchase of the adjacent lot, with accompanying resolution 26063, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the purchase of the lot adjacent to the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on ordinance 26-084 and resolution 26-063. We do not have a sign-up sheet, so come.
Hi, my name is Esther Huddleston, and I support purchasing the adjacent lot for the Big Lake Lions Recreation. We have a lot of youth that play hockey, and we need more hockey rinks. This gives our youth extra activities to keep them out of trouble. It also gives a place for community events, and I think this would be a good thing for our community. And I hope you support it, and it'll give additional parking. And also, they have motocross events and things like that. It'd be good. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else that would like to testify on this ordinance and this resolution? Okay. Anybody online, sir? No, nobody online? One last chance. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-084 and resolution 26-063.
Okay, discussion by the assembly. Is there, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
The first thing that I found curious about this was that we did vote for the purchase of this thing, but we didn't vote for the money to make the purchase. I don't know how that happens or why that happened, but that seems kind of different. How could you vote to purchase something and
Oh,
not vote to
okay.
put the money
We
there?
have staff coming.
Yeah, okay.
Dean, yeah.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, Cheyenne Handle Finance Director. The reason this happened because in the legislation that you previously approved, there was no approval for where the money was coming from to purchase the property. So that's why this legislation is coming back, is to get that actual approval. The legislation stated it would come from the Land Management Permanent Fund, but it did not appropriate the money to do so.
I see. Thank you. How many acres is this, or I mean, in this lot? Is it like 1 acre or 5 acres or what?
Here comes staff also.
Good evening, Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Director. I feel like this got very loud all of a sudden. Through the mayor to Assembly Member McKee, it's about 2 acres.
About 2 acres, so that's 50 something an acre. That's not bad. The comment that was made about using this for other things, and one of the public who testified was talking about the other things that you could enhance at this place, at the recreation center. This is primarily, as I understand it, for parking and possibly for sewage, but not for other kinds of things. Yeah?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member McKee, that is correct.
Okay. I have heard from various members of the public that they don't think that this is a good idea. I'm not going to support it just because it's another expenditure of taxpayer monies while we're asking them to actually pay more taxes, and I just can't do that. So thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe the front of this lot actually abuts a fire station. So there was some talk about using it for something EMS related, a portion of it anyway. But I had pause with this too. I went out and looked at it, and there's a current. The septic for the Big Lake Lions Club is on this lot with a septic easement, but there's not space for a replacement septic, and that current septic will one day fail, necessitating a replacement in place, which is very expensive. So there's also not a lot of places. Functionally, there's no place to plow snow on that side of the building, so you kind of need this lot for snow storage to get access, emergency access exits and stuff like that, and access the back of the rink and all that. So, I don't like spending $110,000 of taxpayer money, but since we own the Big Lakes Lions Club, I think this is money that is well spent.
Go ahead, Assemblyperson McKee.
So what we did is we voted ourselves an asset, but then we find that asset is costing us lots of money. Because wasn't the original purchase price like something like $400,000 or something like that? And now we've got a quarter of that up again for a little more money to spend. And
So through the mayor to Ms. McKee, I'm pretty sure I'm going to say what I said the last time the assembly adopted this, and we just had the technical issue with where the appropriation was coming from. Yes, we acquired the facility for $400,000. This facility is worth well over $2 million. And this issue was identified in the original report before the assembly made the decision to procure the facility. This was identified. This was not a surprise. The reason this got delayed is because there were a couple of assembly members that wanted to make a site visit and look into it further, which happened. And so that's why it's happening separately from the original acquisition, but this was known from the very beginning.
Yes. It just seems that it's going to be the nickel and diming us to death. The 25% of the original purchase cost plus more has now gone into this lot that we're going to buy. Have they always had a parking lot a problem? Has snow plowing been a problem out there? I mean,
Through the assembly to Ms. McKee, yes, that was also detailed in the report before the decision to buy it was made. And you understand, like, it was being run by the Big Lake Lions Club, right? So they get latitude that the government doesn't get in terms of the use of like adjacent property and some sharing of resources. That doesn't always extend to the government because people are like, pay for it, as opposed to a nonprofit community group. And so this is making sure that we have everything lined out for the future and we don't walk ourselves into an expense later because of a failing septic or some other issue where folks that are visiting the facility are parking on private property, for example.
Deputy Mayor?
Question, Mike. The parking lot across the street from the Big Lakes Lions Club, is that part of the Big Lakes Lions Club?
Through the mayor, yes.
Assemblyperson Namos?
Yeah, just, you know, having good recreational facilities is such an important quality of life issue and pays dividends that you don't see externalities, if you want to call them, for the kids who find something to do there. So there's a real value in those facilities. And then I just can't let it pass. We just had a conversation about detached fourplexes and allowing 4 septics on 1 acre, and that requires people to replace septics in place. And I mentioned how expensive that was, and there was nothing. Now we're talking about how expensive it is to replace a septic in place for a facility.
Further discussion? Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to point out that we already approved this. And if we don't pass this, then we're basically pulling the rug out from underneath of this. So we've already approved this. Thank you.
Further discussion?
I can ask a question.
Sure, go ahead, sir.
So what is this, the lot, we assess it at on the borough place? 'Cause I don't have information in front of me. Maybe a question to Manager Brown or to financial staff.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Through the mayor, I don't have that number on the top of my head, but I think another assembly member is on their phones looking it up on Parcel Viewer.
Okay, yeah, unless you can get me. And the price tag on it is what? Currently?
110,000.
110,000. And there's a Matsu Borough lot that is at least like 5 acres right behind that touches this property, that Lions Club. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you know it.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Phonoff, again, for the record, Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Director. There is DES property that is adjacent to this property that is classified for Department of Emergency Services.
Yeah, and that section of that particular parcel, I think it might still have trees and it's not being utilized based on satellite imagery. Is that correct?
Currently, at this time, no, it is not being utilized. We did discuss with the Department of Emergency Services to see if, when we initially brought this legislation before the Assembly, and Department of Emergency Services also has a plan for that property, and so currently, Community Development does not have access to that property.
Yeah, I understand, but we still, as a borough, we own it. It's not being utilized, so we could have it where it's additional parking lot. I understand the logistics about septic being directed to the back. I think Ms. McKee pointed out a lot of important things. I was no on the purchase originally because it seems like continuous money. I wouldn't say it did, but it don't require a lot of money. So even though it was a good deal, you don't always have to buy a good deal just because it's a good deal. So I will support Ms. McKee and your way of thinking. So I was no then, and I'll be no now.
Assemblyperson Sumner, do you have input?
Yeah, I was just going to answer the 2026 land assessment. It was 25,300, which is typical for vacant land to be assessed far under value.
Further discussion?
I guess the reason,
For that piece
if I may make a comment, please. My only question for that was just maybe we are valuing vacant land a lot differently than what it would occur. We're being charged a lot more in this negotiation than what that piece of property was. So, I mean, 4 times fourfold is quite a bit of difference, you know. So maybe somebody who's negotiating on the other side knows that we really want it, and they don't have our best interests at heart, but they want you, knowing that thinking government has a unlimited amount of money, so they want to take it out. So I'd love to see if the sales for them go back to renegotiate the number on it.
Further discussion. Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So Assemblymember Sumner said that it's that parcel is valued at 25,000, you know?
25,300 is the borough tax assessment.
Okay, and so was that assessment made before they started their forward march on vacant property? So it was like, there's something like 6% per year or something like that we're going to do?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, Cheyenne Highland Finance Director. That assessment is before the current move to bring land values up to what the market value is. We have not done the Big Lake area, so I can't tell you what that factor is for that area, but we are working on those. So at this point, I would say it's extremely undervalued on our assessment records.
It's undervalued at 110,000?
No, for the
I
25,000
see
on
what you're
our
saying.
assessment
Yeah,
record.
well, probably that's true, but that's a big stretch to go from 25,000 to 110,000. It just seems to me that it's like when you buy a pair of shoes because they are knockout and you got to have them. And then you get them home and they hurt your feet and the toes fall out and all that kind of thing. It's like, what did I do here? And I'm just thinking, the other thing that I have to tell you that really bugged me about this thing, that it was when I found out that they could serve any kind of booze that they wanted to out there, if you had people come on board to, parties doing that, or marijuana because it's legal. If you're going to do booze, you better be doing marijuana. It just seems to me this thing is, anybody ever see the movie The Money Pit? It's a very funny movie, but this is not very funny. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner.
I call a question.
Okay. Is there objection to calling the question? Okay, I don't hear any objection. Do we have an objection to the motion to adopt?
I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the main motion. Assemblymember Gamble.
Yes.
Assemblymember Fonoff.
No.
Madam Mayor, it is passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and McKee opposed.
Okay.
Ordinance 26086, an ordinance approving the extension of the area-wide budget appropriations for the Bradley Road Bridge Replacement over Trapper Creek Project, the 2024 Shirley Town Bridge Maintenance Project, and the 2024 Montana Creek Bridge Maintenance and Armoring Project to June 30th, 2029, with accompanying resolution 26067, a resolution approving the scopes of work and budget for 6 bridge projects. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, we do not have a sign-up sheet. I will open the public hearing on ordinance 26-086 and resolution 26-067. Testimony at this time is restricted to this ordinance and resolution. Have anybody online, sir? We do not. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-086 and resolution 26-067.
Okay.
And I'd like to move an amendment
Okay.
on IM 26-137 and RS 26-067 as follows. By changing 6 bridge projects to 5 bridge projects throughout this legislation. Secondly, remove oil well bridge over Moose Creek throughout the legislation. Thirdly, amend budget for Bradley Road Bridge replacement over Trapper Creek to read $1,531,540.18. Rationale: Since the introduction of the legislation, the borough received bids for work at Bradley Road Bridge that exceeds available funding. This provides the funding needed to complete Bradley Road Bridge.
So discussion on the amendment. Any objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing no objection, then the amendment passes. So you have before you now ordinance 26-086 as amended. Further discussion on the motion. Any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, then ordinance 26-086 is amended and resolution 26-067 has passed.
Ordinance 26087, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $323,298.14 from the Alaska State Department of Health and Social Services, approving the scope of work and budget for the Human Services Community Matching Grant Program, with accompanying resolution 2669, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Human Services Community Matching Grant Program, and the other accompanying resolution 2670, a resolution allocating fiscal year 2027 Human Services Community Matching Grant Program funding to nonprofit agencies for the provision of critically needed essential health and social services to the citizens of the borough.
I don't have any sign-up sheet. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on the ordinance 26-087 and resolution 26-069 and resolution -2607. Okay. Anyone would like to testify? We have anybody online, sir? We do not. I'm going to close public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-087 and resolution number 26069 and 26-070.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles, would you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to amend resolution 26-070 by striking the $50,000 that's going to Alaska Legal Services and to shift that towards the Matsu Food Bank, bringing it up to $93,642. Excuse me. Don't have my glasses on. $93,642.59.
Okay, there is an amendment on the floor. Discussion on the amendment. Deputy Mayor?
Would you read that amendment one more time, please?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So I move to, what's that? Oh, yeah, no, I'm getting old. All right, middle-aged eyes. I move to amend resolution 26-070 by striking the line that states $50,000 to Alaska Legal Services and moving that $50,000 down to the Matsu Food Bank, bringing that number to $93,642.59.
Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner, could you?
I mean, Alaska Legal Services is just as worthy of a cause, I would say. I don't know why we would bring their, this is believe this is a matching community grant that happens every year, so they're probably expecting that and have budgeted for it. So a little unexpected just to pull the rug out from underneath them at this point. Same thing for Matsu Food Bank. They probably budgeted for the $43,642.59, which sounds like a highly accurate, strangely accurate number.
Okay. Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, Alaska Legal Services brings in a large amount of money from many NGOs. So they are well-funded. The Matsu Food Bank is not, as I won't say they're not well-funded, but not as well-funded. It's local, we need food security here in the borough. This is a resource here in the borough that absolutely focuses on food security here. That has nothing to say negative as far as Alaska Legal Services, but Alaska Legal Services is well funded. They can find the $50,000 from other sources. Matsu Food Bank keeps that money here. It feeds Matsu Borough families. And one of the biggest things that food banks anywhere across the United States need most is funding. It's not food, but it's funding. So I hope that you'll support this.
Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, I just noticed a couple days ago, Sunday, went by the brand new food bank. And this is a relevant question. Do you know who funded that brand new building? Where did that money come from? And the reason that I asked the question, so that you'll know that it's relevant, I'm hesitant to give more money to an organization that probably could have found a lot cheaper place than building a brand new building. And I'm just saying, because I don't know where it came from. But if they went out and got a brand new building and they could have used something else, then maybe you don't need this 93,000 you're talking about.
Okay. The Palmer one, I think there was some money from the state, right? Yeah, that's by the local representative. I think there was like $1 million or something. I don't know, maybe somebody else can, that's what I remember. Probably Rasmussen and things I do, but I can't say. Assemblyperson Nowers, you have more information?
I don't have specifics to that, but I do know that they worked out of like a gumshoe put together clapboard spot for a long time. So that was a long time coming to have a facility. But just to this amendment, I mean, I just process-wise, I just have an objection to like last minute throwing an amendment out, and we're all trying to, like, is Alaska Legal Services not deserving of this 50,000? You know, I think there's a review process that this goes through, and I would just, like, if we want to change this, like, get in earlier on the process or offer an amendment earlier so we up here can make an informed decision. So I'll pose that just on this reason, you know, and if you want to come to us, you know, or do something where you've talked, the food bank comes to us or it's part of the process for reviewing those, I just think that's a better way to go about that.
Deputy Mayor, Max, did you have, Deputy Mayor?
So off their website, Alaska Legal Services Corporation is a 501 nonprofit that provides high-quality free civil legal services to low-income Alaskans in need. Since 1967, ALSC services have reached thousands of Alaskans and their communities to protect their safety, their health, and promote family stability. And they are hiring.
Okay. So, let's see, Max, Mr. Sumner hasn't spoken yet. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I did speak once at the beginning, but I was going to say, I mean, I just going to echo what Ms. Nauer said. I mean, I don't have enough information to vote yes on this, so I'll be voting no on this amendment.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles.
All right, one more attempt to convince y'all to support this. There are many legal resources out there that do pro bono work, okay? As far as legal work, that has nothing to do with physical growth, good nutrition, access to food. The Matsu Food Bank is an absolute resource in the borough that feeds people, that puts food on people's tables. The Alaska Legal Services, I'm not saying it's please don't take this the wrong way, but that $50,000 that goes to Alaska Legal Services, if we move this, I guarantee you tomorrow they're going to be getting it from somewhere else. There are many organizations that they will reach out to and it will be funded. The Matsu Food Bank will be an immediate, direct, positive result by our vote if we move that money over. That's going to put food on people's tables. It's going to feed kids that need food. And so this is an attempt at improving food security here in the borough.
Further discussion on the amendment? I guess there is objections.
Can I add
Okay,
something?
go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Bowles, I think you have me convinced. I do think if I had to choose, help somebody with the legal advice or feed them, I'd choose to feed them. So that's, I could see a point of that. And there is, I think, when we're feeding people, money is well better spent. However, when it's legal services, we oftentimes don't know if it really benefits them, if it helps the families or destroys the family, to be honest with you. So therefore, I'll support you on this amendment.
Staff, go ahead.
I was waiting for an answer through the mayor to the assembly. Just so everybody is clear, there is a $50,000 maximum grant that can be awarded under this program.
Could I move a secondary amendment?
Uh-huh.
I would change the, well, hold on, I gotta do some math here. Yeah, we would just switch the numbers between Alaska Legal Services and Matsu Food Bank. The max fund, Matsu Food Bank at $50,000, and then the 43,000 something or other would go to Alaska Legal Services.
Got it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hours.
It's just crazy making to like have a whole process for reviewing these and grants and then like we're just gonna, I mean, it's not a huge difference, but why? Like, and I know the name is Alaska Legal Services. That doesn't like, that's all we know about it. And what we've read online, they may do a lot more than, you know, like, I don't know, briefly looked at their website, helping people with housing and stuff like that. So I just like, I think we should have a good process up here. That's part of what we do. So I don't think we should make decisions like this on the fly when we don't need to. So no is the answer on this one.
I want to make sure we're on the secondary amendment now.
Okay. So the motion and discussion now is on the secondary amendment. Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is, knowing this information, a great compromise, and I appreciate this this secondary amendment. And I will say $6,500 goes a long way for young mothers with brand new babies that can't afford food for their babies, versus, you know, I'm not, again, Alaska Legal Services does fine work. This has nothing to do with that company. This has everything to do with food security here in the borough. So I'll absolutely be voting yes on this.
Okay, so Assemblyperson McKee.
If you go to jail because you don't have any legal defense, then nobody has to worry about whether or not you're going to get money from the food bank. So it all depends on what kind of situation you're in. You're either hungry or you're going to jail. Alaska Legal Services, just because it says legal services doesn't mean that's not a bad word. So I can't support either one of these.
Okay, so I guess there is objection to the secondary amendment, Madam Clerk.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the secondary amendment. Assemblymember Fonoff.
Yes.
Assemblymember Gamble.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has passed with Assemblymember McKee and Nowers opposed.
So now we're back to the, how much
Primary
is it?
amendment as amended, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. So we're back to the primary amendment as amended. Objection? Yeah. We
If
have
I can get the
objection.
members to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment as amended. Assemblymember Gamble.
Yes.
Assemblymember Fonoff.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has passed with Assemblymember Bernier and Bowles. It has, wait a minute. Thank you. It is passed with Assemblymember Sumner, McKee, and Nowers opposed.
Okay. Now we're back to the main motion. Is there objection to the main motion? Hearing no objection, and the main motion is amended, has passed. So I think, are we now to audience participation? So we're now to a second time for audience participation. If you testified under the first audience participation, you're not allowed to testify under this one. But if you didn't testify under the first one, and even if you testified under a public hearing on an ordinance, you can still testify under this audience participation. Hopefully that's as clear as, I don't know, everybody, I don't know if everybody's asleep or not, but yes, come forth, Representative.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Garrett Nelson, live up in Sutton. And I know the property tax has been a serious issue in the borough lately. And frankly, I want to applaud Mr. Bowles on bringing it forward. I think that our founding fathers, aside from the death tax, property taxes would be the most anathema to them. Thomas Jefferson, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness, that comes from previous documents, and it was private property. And so any effort that can be made to, not make private property a perpetual rental agreement between you and the government is a good thing. And frankly, I don't care if it's a big corporation or somebody who lives here, as I do. Eliminating property tax or any effort to do so is a tremendous thing. Our state had an income tax, and we are the only state ever that had an income tax and repealed it. Now, we can debate on the reasons for that and whether we're talking about oil and things of that nature, but the reality is that we are the only state that ever had an income tax and repealed it. Property tax is a stickier thing, and I have recognized in my time, just in the last year, that, budgets are a real thing as well. And providing services to citizens that you all represent are a real thing as well. However, efforts to move towards a system that provides more liberty to where people can buy a piece of property and live on it without paying rent to the government is always a good thing, or at least move that conversation forward. Ed, the old boy who used to own the property up in Sutton where the house is about to fall in the river. You know, it's been that way for a long time. Your predecessor, Mr. Brown, I still have, he would get property tax notices from the borough, and he would open them and he'd read them and he'd put them in a pile. I literally have a stack that's 1.5 feet high, and he would ignore them. And, we can argue that, but I really admire that spirit that he came up here in 1956 and built that house with his own hands and basically told you guys to, go do something else with your time. He was not going to pay property tax. That's debatable. However, I think that spirit is admirable, and I think that's the spirit what our founding fathers would do. And we as a state have moved from an income tax, and we don't have it anymore. I think that we can move away from property tax. We can move away from punishing somebody who decides to buy a piece of property and then has to live in constant fear of retribution. So I think we can be leaders in that. I thank Mr. Bowles for moving the conversation forward. I appreciate the debate tonight. That's all I got for tonight. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Anybody online, sir? No? Okay. We will close the audience participation. And we're at the consent agenda. I don't think we had anything pulled, did we?
No.
Is there anything anybody wants to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, then Madam Clerk.
Resolution 2677, a resolution amending the budget for the Dorothy Swanna Jones Building Environmental System Maintenance and Repair Project and approving the scope of work and budget for the Animal Care Facility Drain Field Replacement Project. AM 26100, awarded bid number 273B to Northern Asphalt Construction in the contract amount of $327,234 to construct and improve South Adele Circle and South August Circle. AM 26101, approval of change order number 2 for contract 25114P with Strong Data to add 61,000 to the current contract for providing enterprise waste management software. AM 26102, authorizing the manager to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Alaska State Department of Transportation and Public Facilities regarding the reconstruction and transfer of roads in connection with the Big Lake Road milepost 3.6 to 9.1 rehabilitation project.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Okay, would you also move to extend, is there any objection? Would you move to extend? Yeah.
I also move to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Okay. We don't need to use it. Come on. Okay. The next item is unfinished business. Madam Clerk, would you please read the unfinished business into the record?
Ordinance 2671, an ordinance approving an additional land classification for 16 borough-owned properties along Deshka River as watershed lands for the purpose of fish habitat.
Okay, the main motion is on the floor. Is there further discussion? Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciated Mr. Traxler's, he must have left already. I appreciated his comments earlier. That was not a perspective. So I served on the Fish and Wildlife Commission when this was before us. Not this ordinance, but this ordinance came from discussion on the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and there was some very good discussion, and I was initially in support of this. However, I think we can achieve what Mr. Traxler has discussed a different way. I think that the borough can identify timber lands and then classify those separately than this ordinance. My concern here is very different. I share the concerns of an organization such as the Susitna River Coalition attempting to block land in the borough. They have done their work and they've blocked progress in the West Susitna access. And I think that we need to be very careful in blocking anything that may inhibit future natural resource development and economic growth. And because of that, I will be against this ordinance.
Okay. Further discussion? Yes. Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, I would just like to point out that, we had a lot of, well, actually, compared to other things we've had people testify on, not that much, but we've had a good amount of testimony about in opposition to this because of public access and recreational use. If you read the IM, here, I'll just read the IM or portion of it. The subject parcels have been classified as either public recreation or land bank in accordance with Assembly Resolution 1990-134. The proposed action is to add another classification on top of the existing classification. So it's not to remove the recreational use or access to these parcels. So I think that it's people misconstruing what's going on here. That being said, I would be really opposed to this if it did limit access or recreational use to these parcels, because I don't really think that there's going to be, the fish aren't going to know the label that's on this land one way or the other. This isn't going to do anything to affect the fish, one way or the other, because it's just a label in a file at the borough's office. So pass or fail, whatever.
Assemblyperson Hours?
I just wonder if we can maybe have staff come up and talk about whether this would effectively restrict or could restrict. I think that's always a concern. And then what the point is of having this classification or what the use is.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. This is Emerson Kruger, work in the Land Management Office here at the Borough. am not aware of any borough land classifications that would have effect on recreational trails or access across our property. The borough land classification is a tool that we use in the land management office to communicate to other land managers that come after us what the land was intended to be used for. So classification, the state does it, the borough does it, most of the public landowners do it, and it's guidance for land managers when we're looking at applications to use borough land. So there's no effect to existing trails, and it would affect future adjudication of an application for a new trail, in that a land manager looking at that future application for a new trail would see that it's classified and then dig into why it was classified that way.
Follow up. So if somebody owns a piece of property on the river and it's already classified as public use,
Public recreation.
public recreation, thank you. And they add this, like, say somebody says, oh, I want to build, I've got a cabin, I want to build another cabin. Well, they don't really have to come to the borough for permission for that. I mean, I guess the question is, like, that's what I would worry about, that somebody would be restricted in the use of their private land. Yeah, but anyways.
So it would have no effect, through the mayor, to the private land, even if it's abutting the land that's being classified. It would have some bearing on an application from the neighbor that's looking to build a trail on the borough land, only insofar as land management staff would look at the classification to see if there was a conflict between the way it was classified and whatever the proposed use of the borough land would be.
Okay, this wouldn't affect private land at all.
No.
On borough land, you would look at it.
Yeah.
And what is the purpose of having this classification? Like, what use is it to the borough? I mean, you kind of spoke to it, but like the use of knowing these areas exist. Like, I'm just trying to imagine a situation. So somebody comes to you and says, well, we want to put a trail here. You say, oh no, this is classified as it's cold water refuge where you can't do it? Or how does that work? Like, is it an absolute no, you can't do things on this land, or does it restrict the use?
Through the
Go
mayor.
ahead.
So the best example we have of where the borough's classified its land is the Natural Resource Unit Management Plan. So that's an adopted borough plan. It applies to most of the borough-owned land. I think there's 225,000 acres of borough-owned land, and that plan classified all of it. And if you look in that plan, there are processes for what to do if a proposed use is in conflict with a land classification. So, I sell timber and gravel. That's what I spend a lot of my time doing. And I look at areas where we've classified land for watershed and public recreation. And what that slows down is timber and gravel sales, but it doesn't stop it. You have to go further than that if you want to stop land use that would conflict with the land classification. But you do have to go through a process that's outlined in that plan that basically, if you want to do something on the borough land that's in conflict with the land classification that's in that plan in particular, then you have to go through the manager or the assembly to say, hey, we've got a use that's conflicting with this classification, but we think it's a good use of the property and we'd like to move it forward. So it's kind of the opposite of what the concern is over the current proposed land classification, because public recreation and public access aren't generally seen as in conflict with our land classifications. It's the more heavy uses of the land, like logging and gravel mining, where you would see some kind of a conflict with the land classification, but not recreational use of trails.
Okay, that's really helpful. I just, my understanding when this came about was we're just trying to get something on a map of research data that's out there of these areas, so that if we are considering decisions, we know that these areas exist. Otherwise, like, how do you even know to consider that, hey, this might be a spot that is important to keeping those temperatures low. And I've been around the valley long enough to remember when it was an annual event to see boats stacked across the mouth of that river because the runs were so good. And yes, pike are super destructive. Trawling takes fish, but then the river temperatures play a role too. So it seems good to have this on our radar.
If I may, through the mayor. I can't answer the technical questions that Emerson does. He dives deep into these areas, to use the pun, dive deep. But one thing that I will share is that when the assembly passed your number one priority for your legislative priority was for fish. So in borough land management, we don't have a lot of tools to help with that, to be perfectly honest. Once we hit the waters, that is out of our jurisdiction. Oftentimes, this is a tool that we have within our land management division to help support what your number one legislative priority was. I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate that, and I agree, we need to protect our fish. What this does, though, I do not think that this is an effective way. I think that the Fish and Wildlife Commission did an outstanding job by going to the Board of Fish and getting the EEZ changed to allow more silvers through. That's effective. That's going to get more silvers up here. That's going to get more fish up here into the rivers. Locking up land, yes, borough land. And remember, borough land, it's public land, all right? What's the state constitution say about public land? It's public land, and that's going to be locked up with a designation. And then when somebody in the future, if somebody buys that land, now they're buying land that they may have to go through a process to use their own land in a way that they want to. Yes, they will understand that designation on their property when they purchase it. However, there are far more things than a 2-degree difference in water that's heavily affecting the fish in the Susitna drainage. I think that in the long term, that this is going to not be what is intended. Think about who is pushing this. Think about what else they've come up against, okay? Think about public lands, who owns public lands. Think about access. Think about Matsu Borough residents accessing those fish and putting it in their freezer to feed their families. We care more about the fish than other people flying up here from Colorado, okay? So I would just ask that you consider that. I think that this could possibly not be a good thing. Now, as far as timber sales, would wholeheartedly support the borough going through and start designating areas throughout the borough for timber sales and logging the borough. We need to do that. We need to open up areas to log more. It's an outstanding natural resource and an abundant one here. So as far as that's concerned, if an ordinance comes in front of me to support that, designating areas for timber, absolutely 100% on board. Blocking access for a couple degree differences in temperatures in areas where, people, that's our public access. And who knows 20 years from now what this designation may affect as far as natural resource development and economic growth. So that's all I'll ask you to consider. And I'm the person that sat in on those meetings.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I call a question.
Okay. Is there objection to calling the question? Okay, I don't hear. Is there objection to the ordinance? Yep.
If I can get the members of the room to go ahead and vote on the main motion. Assemblymember Fonoff.
No.
Assemblymember Gamble.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has missing one. Failed with Assemblymember McKee, Nowers, and Gamble in support.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is vetoes, and there isn't any of those. But who knows, right? So Madam Clerk, will you please read if you're done, the instruction, the
Introduction.
introductions into the record.
Introduction for public hearing on August 18th, ordinance 26031, ordinance 2667, ordinance 2688, ordinance 2689 with accompanying resolution 2672, ordinance 2690 with accompanying resolution 2673, ordinance 2691, ordinance 2692, ordinance 2693 with accompanying resolution 2675, ordinance 2694 with accompanying resolution 2676, ordinance 2695, and ordinance 2697 with accompanying resolution 2679.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for August 18th, 2026.
Is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, then the legislation has been introduced. Deputy Mayor.
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. MSB Fish and Wildlife Commission resignation of Kendra Samzow.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Okay. Hearing no objection, then the vacancy report is approved, and we did the new business, right? We do not have any referrals, no reconsiderations, so we are ready for parting comments. Assemblyperson Fanoff online, parting comments, sir, please.
No comment. Thank you so much. Sorry I was able to be there in person, but I'll be there next time. Thank you so much.
Okay. Parting comments, Assemblyperson Gamble.
No comments.
Okay. Assemblyperson Bowles, parting comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yep, I appreciate the discussion. Didn't agree with all of it this evening, but I do appreciate it. You know, it's great that we have this process. I would hope that our fellow residents look into this ordinance that's going to be on the ballot. Really consider what it's going to do for you and your family if this passes. With that, District 1, thank you for putting me in this seat. It's a privilege serving you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, parting comments? No? Mr. Manager, parting comment? Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
I wanted to recognize Kendra Zamzow for her work on the Fish and Wildlife Commission. That commission does an amazing amount of work to help everybody in the borough with fisheries and wildlife. Particularly, they've worked on our fisheries because, as everyone knows, we don't have a king season anymore. And sometimes we don't have a silver season. And I find that, you know, when I look at that seal and I see fish on there, and I think I went to Fish Creek recently and saw the parents out there with their kids catching fish. You know, the kids are netting it, they're falling in the mud. That's just part of why we live here. That makes us different than New York or Topeka. And if we lose that, we are losing just a fundamental thing to be an Alaskan, I feel like. So the doing something about our fisheries and the work that the Fish and Wildlife Commission has done and Kendra has done, I think she was resigning because she was taking a second job, and so she could not do that position any longer. And I know Mr. Bowles has been sitting on that commission, so he knows just how deep the work goes on there. And so I just wanted to say how much her work there was appreciated, make people aware of how much work there is, and try to interest more people in taking a position on, in particular, that commission, and try to work on our fisheries issues. I'm disappointed that it got so complicated to just recognize these things that contribute to the fishery on the Deshka. Like, okay, there's these places where they measure the water temperature and cold water comes in. And if you go out on that river with them, you will not, it's not obvious like, oh, this is where the creek comes in. Like anybody can tell. It's places that are just kind of like, oh, what's going on there? I mean, they take us on a boat and it's like, you wouldn't know. That's the spot where cold water is coming in and those fish shut down at higher temperatures. So 2 degrees, yes, it makes a difference. For those fish, what happens when the sun comes up? The bite goes off because the fish are sitting. So there is some science behind that. I'm sorry that it got to where it is that now if we're considering decisions on that river, we won't have that in our database. Like if there's a way that this administration can do it, I mean, I think the way they were doing it was fine. It didn't block, it didn't sound like it was going to block anybody. But I think having that information at our fingertips to avoid making a situation worse is important. And I hope people enjoyed the 2 days of summer this weekend.
Parting comments, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, everyone, for coming out. I want to thank you, Lord, for blessing our valley. Please help those that are addicted and have problems, that you give them courage and hope, Lord, that you might open all our hearts to receive your love. Thank you for your gift. Thank you for your mercy and love. Please keep our first responders safe. Give wisdom to the governing people that they may know the hearts, and give them common sense, Lord, that we can govern without corruption and greed and all that goes along with things that the public perceives, Lord. We just ask you to give us a heart of flesh, and we love you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Parting comments, Assemblyperson Sumner?
No comments.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, no. Mr. Attorney? No? Okay. The only parting comment I have is we got the last application in for the bark, so it will be on the vacancy report on the 18th. Okay, and we will adjourn unless somebody else has something at 10:04.